Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Friday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It is almost the weekend, but you know what? What's a day between friends? Let's call it the weekend and get started with our early bird. Love that new VT. It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, our early bird today, super useful. This now for general crafting, for sewing, for cookery, for just life in general. I'm a note writer. I'm a list maker. I'm a sketcher. I'm a drawer. I'm a planner. And if that sounds like you, then I think you'll like our early bird. It's a set of fine tipped liners. So these are not for writing on fabric with, okay? I want to make that clear. These aren't for writing on fabric or for drawing on fabric. Well, I certainly haven't tested them. You could have a go, by all means. But if you want to plan out, so I love to write lists of jobs I've got to do, patchwork jobs, piecing, lists for fabric, you name it. I also like to sketch and draw. I'm a very visual person when I'm designing a project. But even if I'm making someone else's project, I will sketch out what I'm doing so that I understand it. So I've got a bit of a visual reference. We also very recently had the Genius block design or quilt design graph paper. Did you see it with Susie Duncan? And once everything's sketched out, you want to go in there then with a fine liner and draw around your finished block. So let me show you the set you're getting. So you have got 6 different pens in this set, and they range from very fine, that's a 005, a 01, a 03, a 05, a 08 and a 10. Now normally the Sanntangle pens, which are for writing on fabric, I think we have a 03 and a 05, don't we? And the 03, but we've actually got a 005, which is super fine. Anyway, let's jump in with the price you're going to pay today. Is that 50% off? That is 50% pretty much. It's just about. Oh my goodness, $12.99 for a set of 6. Now actually at the weekend I actually bought a pack of pens and I worked it out, they were £3.50 each. They were £3.50 each. And they were just regular kind of, you know, writing pens. These actually, of course, you can use them for writing with lettering, calligraphy, but you can also use these for kind of pen and ink drawing, illustrating, sketching. Absolutely lovely. So a few good mornings to say. Maria says, good morning. Gorgeous, Stuart, my sewing friend. What a lovely message. Thank you so much, my darling. Steph says, morning, Stuart. Fab shirt. Thank you so much. Donna says, good morning, everyone. Well, let's say good morning to everyone. Should we say a quick hello to the gallery? There they are. We've got Ollie, who's directing, and we've got Hannah. Look, lots of Post-it notes. He doesn't write them. It's someone else. And then Hannah. Hiya. There she is. And also, we've got lovely Levi working on floor today. Where's Levi? Where's Levi? Oh, did you see that drop? So he's thrown on the floor. There he is. Thank you, Levi. That's just to prove I was busy doing something. Drop. Anyway, good. And then Claire says, good morning, Stuart. Oh, good morning, my darling. Anne says, good morning. Lovely, Stuart. Thank you so much for all those lovely messages. You can message the studio, of course. We love to hear from you. We love to hear from you. You can email us at studio@sewingstreet.com. You know what? We haven't had emails in of what you're working on, what you and the pets are working on for ages. Hannah loves it when I say, get some pictures in of your pets crafting. If you've got a hamster that likes helping you sort your embroidery threads, or a budgerigar that enjoys helping you pick colours for patchwork, do send in a picture, won't you? Now, you can also contact us through Facebook, Sewing Street TV. You can go onto the website, www.sewingstreet.com. Oh, there's our call centre, of course, 0800 001 433. Our website, hello, Classic Millinery. Look at that. Very glam. Then you can watch live, click on watch live, and then you can send a message to the studio. Illuminate us, Hannah. Hello. What? Hello, you. Hello, you. Hello. Ollie said beautiful. That's that. Hello. Hello yourself. And then you can see our early bird. That's those fine liners. Absolutely gorgeous, those. And then look, our first hour, we've got loads of William Morris. It's Teflon coated. We've also got some really fabulous, really good value William Morris quilt weight cotton. This is genuine Japanese cotton inspired by William Morris. So a slightly different take, but absolutely gorgeous. Captures the spirit of Morris. Then we've got William Morris Designs, amazing price. Are these $5.99 a half metre? $4.99 a half metre, look at that. Fantastic. Absolutely lovely. Can't wait to show you those Teflon coated fabrics as well. So many ways you can use them. We've also got Quilters Calico, including the bolt. Now this always flies out. I'm just going to quickly mention that here. We've got a 25-metre bolt of calico. Yours comes like this. If you've ever walked around a quilt shop and thought, oh, I'd love a few bolts on my wall. The most useful thing you could possibly have, whether you're a quilter, a dressmaker, or home decor, you name it, is calico. We use it for quilt backings. We can use it in our piecing. This is Quilters Calico. It is 60 inches wide. It's pre-washed. It is pre-shrunk. It is beautiful, soft, supple, really quilt weight cotton. It is a quilt weight cotton. When you get it home, you will feel it is just as soft, just as pliable, just as finely woven as your quilt weight cottons. So you can use it in your piecing. You can use it as a lovely background for a plique. You can use this behind your wadding when you're quilting something, say for example for a cushion, where you're going to quilt it and then you're going to make it up into a cushion where perhaps you want a fancy fabric on the back. But if you don't want a fancy fabric on the back, you want a utility fabric, then again, calico is absolutely brilliant. It is effectively a quilt weight cotton. If you're a dressmaker, toiles, trying out block sizes for your body, getting them to the right shape, maybe experimenting with collars or cuffs or sleeve styles, where you just want to have a play, draping on a mannequin. You can also use Quilters Calico for things like tie-dyeing, shibori dyeing, ice dyeing, any of those things. It makes a great backdrop for embroidery, for painting on fabric. I mean, it is playtime in a bolt. Let's talk about the value. You're getting 25 metres of fabric here. Remember, this is 60 inches wide for £124.99. $4.99 a half for a metre. $4.99 for a metre, so £2.50 a half metre. Now I'm just going to open this up to remind you just of the width. What I want to point out here, this is your 60 inches wide. Now, a lot of my lap quilts, wall quilts, are up to 60 inches wide. Now, if it was 60 inches, this wouldn't quite be wide enough. But if it was 54, even 58, if I'm quilting it on a domestic sewing machine, that's my backing for $4.99 a metre. Now, if you were to join two widths together, now you've got backing fabric, which is going to be about 119 inches wide. That is wider than our extra wide backing fabric. And that would be costing you £10 a metre. Most of our backing fabrics are about £11.99 or £12.99 a half metre. So think about the possibilities for backing your quilts. Remember, this is pre-washed, pre-shrunk, so you don't even have to pre-wash it. You can throw this in the washing machine with a Dylon or a Rit dye. Dye it magenta pink, tie-dye it, shibori dye it, or just dye it a flat plain colour, block print on it, and use it as quilt backing. Janet's asked a question. Should you wash it before you use it? Does it shrink? Jan, this is pre-washed, pre-shrunk. So there's no need to. It's soft and supple. Now, there's absolutely nothing to stop you pre-washing it. And if you've had fabric on your shelves for a while, it's not a bad idea to wash it anyway, just so it's nice and fresh when you use it. But no, there's no need to pre-wash it. It is already pre-shrunk. I think this is a really, really good buy. If you bear in mind that you would need, Hannah, I'm going to need you to do a quick calculation for me. I could probably do it in my head, but if you use this to back a king-size quilt, you're going to need 6 metres. Well, I know already that's £30. Right, so £30 for the backing for a king-size quilt. This is the calculation I want you to do, Hannah. If our backing fabric was £12.99 a half metre, 6 units, so £30 to back your king-size quilt with calico, £77.94 if you're buying the fabric as extra wide. That's 6 units at £12.99. Okay, now I know obviously that might be a Liberty, that might be a Cafe, that might be a Tula, something like that. But I think for most quilts, we just want a good quality cotton backing on our quilts. Calico will do it. Calico will do it. And remember, if you join this into 2 panels, it's actually going to be around 118, 119 inches. The widest we do is 108. And if it's, say, a king-size quilt, that could be 110, 115 inches wide. Alana's got in touch. She says, good morning, Stuart. Baby Simon is enjoying watching you today. Love Alana and Simon. Morning both. Morning, Simon. Hello. Sandra's got in touch too. She says, good morning, lovely Stuart. My work week ends on a Thursday, so this is definitely my weekend. Woohoo! I think that's fabulous. I'm working tomorrow, Sandra, but hey, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I tell you, I've got 2 lovely shows tomorrow. Anyway, let's talk about today. Let's look at the menu. Sorry, I've been a bit remiss with that, haven't I? Goodness. So this hour, we've got William Morris fabrics, Teflon coated, quilt weight cotton, some absolute bargain buys. We've also at 9 o'clock got the cross stitch. So at 9 o'clock, we've got the Cross Stitch Guild with Jane Greenoff. This is the August tile release. This is the launch. Isn't that beautiful? Summery. Those colours are just delicious. They've got that gorgeous vibrancy of the autumn garden. Just lovely. Remember, you don't have to make previous months. These stand alone. Just gorgeous. Now then, at 10 o'clock, we have got sewing room tools, including, now I'm very excited about this, because I love a bit of storage. We've got this storage bag at 10 o'clock. It's already on the website. It's going to drop lower than the price you see, but this is fab. It's a big bag. It's absolutely brilliant. We've had these on our shelves. We've had so many emails. Where can I buy this? We have finally managed to get them in. It was launched on Hobby Maker, but we've got some stock for Sewing Street. Hundreds and hundreds went on Hobby Maker. How useful is this? Look, you've got storage compartments in the flap. You have got open out storage trays. You've got that wonderful interior. Think about being able to store your scissors, threads, needles, your foundation paper piecing rulers, templates, fabric. All sorts of wonderful things, and then everything gets securely locked away in your bag. I can see at the side we've got space for a shoulder strap. I'm not sure if you get a shoulder strap with it, but if you don't, we can make a shoulder. You get a shoulder strap. I mean, what a perfect bag for taking to workshops and classes. You know what? I might actually be able to just give you a very, very sneak look at this. Literally, the bag is being removed. Oh, Levi, you give me that back, give me that back, give me that back, give me that back. Oh, look at this. Look at this. It is gorgeous. It's kind of Tiffany blue, isn't it? Turquoisey. Absolutely love that. See, I think often it's assumed we don't need storage on Sewing Street because we could just make our own. I couldn't make this. I couldn't make this. That is fab. I'm going to open it up. I'm just abandoning the menu now. Jane Greenoff, by the way, is back at 11 o'clock with more gorgeous, gorgeous cross-stitch guild accessories. Fabulous show. And then Juey Jumbo is here at 12 o'clock with brand new baby blankets, knot bags as well. She's got some fabulous things from Yarn Lane. Right, so look here. So I've just unzipped, and here inside the flap, look, we've got zip pockets here. Love these. So you've got your, oh, I've just done it up. You've got your mesh pockets here. 3 of those. For your threads. Imagine all your threads in there. I'm thinking workshop, classes, and then inside, look. You've got your trays, so you've got 4 in total. Again, really good size. Get your scissors in there, your embroidery scissors, and then look at all this space inside. You've got loads of space. I mean, reaching in, that is a deep, deep capacity bag in there. I am going to close this back up. We should do the price. Are we going to put details up now, or are we going to wait till 10 o'clock? Oh, Hannah. Oh. We have waited. Oh, do you know, this sounds like Christmas Day. We've waited a year. You can wait another few hours. I can't. It's on the web at the moment at $59.99. That is not where it's stopping. I'm just going to put the shoulder strap on because this is fab. Look, adjustable shoulder strap as well. Can I be honest with you? I would, as a sewer, as a bag maker, I'd keep it. Well, no, actually, I wouldn't. I'd cut this apart. I'd take the metalware off. I'd make my own personalised shoulder strap because that I have no problem with. Now, I'm just going to come round and squeeze around because, look, hello, I'm ready for my class. Imagine walking in for your class with everything that you need in there, all organised, all secure. You haven't got to start rooting around in the bottom of a tote bag to try and find everything. You can literally just get to your class, undo your zip. Here, you've got all your threads, your bits and pieces ready. You can literally just open this out, pop it down on the desk, literally open it out. I'm ready. I'm ready for my class. I'll be going and having a cup of coffee and some cake while you all get yourselves sorted. That's on pre-order. It's not stopping at the price that's on the web. Grab yours now because that's going to be flying out, trust me. Talking of flying out, grab your calico again while you can because we don't always have that. Right, brand new Teflon coated William Morris. I've got some really iconic designs here. This is, oh, could I just have my tape measure, please? So this is Strawberry Thief. It doesn't get more quintessential William Morris, does it? Absolutely gorgeous. So you've got, now I'm just going to pop my hands there so you can see the scale. This scale of fabric is very much sort of perfect scale for things like bag making, yeah, for bag making, and also for things like making outdoor cushions and tablecloths, and things like outdoor lunch bags, absolutely perfect. Let me measure it for you. I've got that idea in my head that I want to measure it, and that's all I can think of. 56 inches wide. 56 inches wide. So you imagine if you wanted to make a bag, 1/2 metre is going to be enough to make one bag. If you wanted to make something like a big picnic bag, 1 metre of it. But start thinking then about maybe backing a picnic quilt with this. It's Teflon coated, so it's got that coating. It's a waterproof fabric. You can, and wipeable as well. It's a wipe clean fabric. Absolutely gorgeous. Actually, it may not be waterproof. It's wipe clean, yeah. So it's water resistant, yeah. But absolutely brilliant for things like lunch bags, picnic bags, just bags generally. Now, let's talk about the price. It's William Morris, so already you've got that iconic design, and perhaps there's going to be a premium on that price. I would expect there can be. You've also got the sort of special Teflon coating. You've also got the fact that this is 56 inches wide. So already I'm thinking, okay, so this is going to be quite a premium price. Is it? Less than £10 1/2 metre. For William Morris, Teflon coated and extra wide, £9.49. Now 1/2 metre is easily going to make a bag. Something like a shoulder bag, something like a lovely hobo would be really nice done in this. Lunch bags. If you've got bags for life, there are some little roll top lunch bags with Velcro. They would be gorgeous in this. Absolutely gorgeous. How fab is that? The scale is absolutely perfect. Now, I just need to let you know, I've only got limited stocks of all of these fabrics. So if you want to grab it, do it. Maureen from Derbyshire says, would it be good for placemats, Stuart? Oh, Maureen, thank you so much for sending in that. Yes, absolutely. And especially, like if you wanted just easy, wipe clean, easy care placemats, ideal. Out in the garden or in the house. What about something like a dog coat? Yeah, how high end would that be? Mixed with some navy webbing, that would be absolutely gorgeous. If you were making placemats, Maureen, I would go with something like a navy bias binding around the outside. That would be gorgeous. Simple quilting. You know, these aren't the kind of things you can get everywhere. What about water bottle carriers? Again, if you've got bags for life, there's a water bottle carrier in there. Perfect. This is great. Morning, love this fabric. Is it suitable to use as a lining in a bag? Carol, absolutely. You've reminded me of that too. Yes. Yes, it would. Perfect for a lining because you can just go in there with a damp cloth, give it a little spritz with your anti-bac, a little wipe around, and it's going to be lovely and clean and fresh, ready for the next day. Brilliant idea. Also, wouldn't this be great to line something like a baby bag, a changing bag? Or, you know, maybe a laundry bag when you go on holiday. I always take a bag, don't you? So that all of your sort of like, you know, if you've, you know, your socks when you've used them, your T-shirts, they can all go in that bag, ready to take home for washing. Yeah, absolutely perfect. So many possibilities. I'm just going to hold it up so you can see what that 58-inch wide fabric looks like. Look at that, fab. That's your 1/2 metre. All of that for £9.49. This is a brand new fabric for us here at Sewing Street, Teflon coated. Now, one thing I would say is when you're sewing with this, I would be using a walking foot for construction, for quilting, things like that. Or if you've got one, then a Teflon or non-stick foot would be useful. It's not essential. You can use your walking foot, but it does have that slightly, do you know what I mean, that coating, but not like oilcloth. Do you see how much more supple this fabric is? I mean, it's clearly a coated fabric, but it is much more supple than your standard oilcloth. Now, I can see that a huge amount of this stock has already gone, and the vast majority of what's remaining is in baskets. We don't know how many units you've got in your basket, so we could be really oversubscribed at this stage. If you want the navy blue Strawberry Thief, yeah, you know what to do. You know what to do. Shall we do red? I told you I've got some iconic designs here. This is the Strawberry Thief design from William Morris in red. And again, this is 58 inches wide, Teflon coated. That's really rich looking, isn't it? Really rich looking. Fantastic. I mean, just again, I keep coming back to it. What a perfect fabric for making bags out of, but so much more. I don't know what this would be like in terms of wearability. I'm thinking breathability, but I'm thinking like hats. And I'm also thinking about things like maybe a shower coat or a cape. Are you with me? So maybe something like that. A children's raincoat would be cute, really cute, or an adult's. Deborah says, morning, Stuart, great shows today. We'll have to watch later. I'm off to work. Boo hiss, Deborah. Jan says, morning, Stuart, and all. It's very breezy here today. I was in a restaurant last night and I could hear this noise. I thought, what? It was pouring with rain outside. I don't know what. It's a good day for sewing. Steph says, gosh, you're a man of many talents. Designer, artist, seamstress, author, teacher, presenter, fitness instructor, hypnotherapist, and now model. Have I missed anything? Probably. Christine says, morning, gorgeous, Stuart. Morning to you, my love. Got a message. Sewing Street, can you get more? Will it come in one piece? Yes. Absolutely. So, Sheila, the units that you're buying in add together. So, if you buy 3 units, you'll get 1.5 meters. Your unit is a 1/2 meter piece. So yes, it's all joined up in one piece. So if you want to use this for dressmaking, larger cushions, if you think maybe like a 1.5 meters, that would be just right for you, then order 3 units. You'll get that in one continuous piece. Yeah, if you're doing something like a tablecloth, you might want a couple of meters. Actually, wouldn't that be the most fabulous Christmas Day tablecloth? Because it's red and green. It's not Christmassy at all, but the colours, red, green and gold, that's my Christmas colours. Absolutely perfect. What about making something like, have you done those like the hour basket where you basically, it's a big square of fabric and you box the corners and it makes like a basket basically, or you could do a circular base with and then gift something like a poinsettia or a pot plant in, and you can make them deeper, longer, and then roll the top down. So there's like a cuff. And actually, if you used 2 of these fabrics together, you could make it reversible. It would be lined and reversible. That would be nice. That would be really nice. Oh, I might have to make some of those. Very good. That's the red Strawberry Thief. Again, jumping into baskets. It's Teflon coated. It's 58 inches wide, so extra wide for fabric. The base fabric is a Panama, so it's almost like that sort of light canvas weight, but then the fact that you've got that Teflon coating makes it stronger, more durable. If you were using this for bag making, you really wouldn't need to interface it unless you want a very stiff structure. You could definitely put something like in our form if you wanted very structured but soft. If you wanted to quilt, you could put something like H640 or just 80-20 quilt wadding, I would use, this is when you really should use something like a 505 quilt basting spray. Because of the Teflon coating, you don't want to be jabbing pins through this fabric because it would leave a noticeable hole. So you want to baste your layers together with glue. So use 505 spray, and when you're constructing, use quilter's clips, okay? In terms of a needle size working with this fabric, personally I would go with an 80, possibly a 90 for bag construction, but an 80 probably for quilting and basic construction. Thread-wise, just your regular polyester or cotton threads, absolutely suitable for this. Fabulous, 949.5 metre. Let's do, well, this is rather lovely. This is different, ending 6-2. This is very elegant. Look at that. This is called honeysuckle in a colour called steel. I think that's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. Now imagine something like a wide messenger bag, or even just a simple tote bag in this. Now in terms of how much you'd get out of, if I say, look, I reckon about, I'm going to fold this into thirds. Right. So that is a good size for a tote bag. So front and back plus one more. Now you could say front and back, and there's fabric for perhaps the sides, the base, if I'm going to piece those, or handles, or a facing. Or you might say, well, I'm going to use webbing or something like that for the straps, and I'm going to box corners. So I'd get 1.5 bags. So out of 1 metre, you'd get 2. So that would be the way I would reckon it. If you're going to piece everything out of fabric, 0.5 metre will make 1 tote bag. If you're just going to do front and back and use webbing for the straps, then you'll get 1.5 bags from 0.5 metre. This is lush, absolutely gorgeous. Really classy. Now that would make a really classy dog coat. Or you could make a really nice big slab cushion, excuse me, for in the back of the car to pop the dogs in when you're taking them out walking. Especially autumn, winter, when they're getting mucky. Get back in on that and you can give it a wipe over. What about a bag for your boots? Yeah. Oh, now then, what about lining a lovely wicker or rattan basket for things like logs, your newspapers, books? What about things like umbrellas? Or just those kind of bags and baskets that you have around the house just for putting stuff in, just to tidy it up. Yeah, love that. Love that. So that's that one. Do be quick on some of these, though, because they are really popular. That's the only one of that design. Now, let's do snake's head. I'm going to show you both colours side by side. So we've got this sort of steely blue, and then we've got the green. Let's do the green first. 7.5. Because, again, this is something I think that would work very nicely as a Christmas tablecloth, because it's got that lovely fresh green. Nothing Christmassy about the designs at all, but I think that would look very festive. Very festive. You could have lovely, I would have probably like gold candlesticks. Gold candles, you know, lots of foliage. Yeah, lots of gold. And actually maybe something like, one year, I tell you what I did. I got a chap who helps on the farm to cut, like a woodsman, to cut some slices of a tree that had come down in a storm. So we had these slices of wood, and they were like our chargers for the plates to go on. Well, I mean, they were literally free. And like after dinner, we didn't have to clear away, we just threw them on the fire. But they would look really good. You know, I'm thinking that kind of woodlandy Christmas with things like pine cones, sprayed gold and natural, and foliage and things like that on the table, gold candles, and this is your tablecloth. It'd be absolutely stunning. Again, of course, bags, lunch bags, water carriers, you name it. Right, let's do the snake's head in blue. Again, really giftable as well, these things. The fabric would be ideal to make a garden kneeler. Angela, genius. Genius. A garden kneeler. Perfect. Easy to make, long rectangular cushion with a handle down one end. Morning, Stuart. It would make a good toiletry or travel bag. Tracy and Gould. Ah, yes, 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 yes. It really would. Brilliant idea. This fabric's upside down. That's better. Soz. See, to me, that looks like a pineapple. You with me? Yeah, you could rent pineapples for a party. Just hope no one tried to eat it. Yeah. They were the sign of hospitality. That's why you often get carved either in wood on in a hallway, often on the end of a balustrade, so they're the sign of welcome, or you find them on things like gates, carved in stone, on entrances as a welcome. Anyway, they aren't pineapples at all, so we digress, Ollie, we digress. But it's still interesting, isn't it? It's very Bridgerton, renting a pineapple. Is it? I don't know. I've got one more. I've got one more in the Teflon coated. Lovely colours in this one. Lovely colours. I've used the cotton canvas in this design. Loved making a bag from this. A bench cushion would be lovely from this. Really lovely. They're really easy to make. You know, you can just, like we do boxed corners on a tote bag, you can do 4 boxed corners, you know, and make a boxed cushion. Very easy to make. You can cover things like high density foam with these. Could be a bench in the house, it could be a bench outside. Window seats, things like that. I think this is pretty much reversible. You can use it either way up. I think to me that looks more pleasing that way up. But love those colours, that soft blue-grey in the background. Really, really lovely. What are you going to make? What are you going to make? Very, very inspired by this. How about Amber makes new bucket hat? Oh, yes. Kirsten, great, great. Actually, if you've got my very first book, So Fabulous, there is a pattern for a bucket hat in that book. So you may already have one. Now, we'll just repeat the Strawberry Thief. So iconic, probably William Morris's most recognisable design, would you say? Certainly for a lot of us, I think. It's his most iconic and recognisable design. So 2 choices. We've got blue and we've got our crimson. So the main graphics on this side of the screen are for the navy. And then the red, that's very cleverly done, Hannah. The red on this side. You've peaked. You've peaked. I think you should go home now. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Oh, it's going to be a William Morris Christmas, I think. I think it's going to be a William Morris Christmas. Gorgeous. Right, now, where shall we go next? Yes, so these are genuine Japanese cotton fabrics, quilt weight cotton. These are beautiful. This is a mega bundle of 5 half meters for £37.45. So this is an interpretation of William Morris. So you've got little animals in here, foxes, squirrels, rabbits, very, very popular. Isn't that gorgeous? The colours are jewel-like. Wow, more in baskets than we've got available. 31 seconds in, look at that. That is absolutely lovely. It's sort of William Morris-esque, isn't it? Then I've got that first fabric in a black. I'm going to move these apart so you can see. There's the design in black. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. And then I've got that all over print. Look at that. That's very lovely. That's in the cream or white background. And then I've also got this design also in a cream background. So you get a navy, a cream, and a black. And then you get a cream and a navy in this. Way more in baskets than I have available. I'm down to my last 10 bundles. 8 bundles left now. This is going to sell out. Well done if you managed to get this. 7 left now. Now I've got a smaller bundle. 6 of that one left. This has got 1 of the navies and 2 of the creams. So if you want a smaller bundle, more options, more opportunities. So here's your navy. That is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? What beautiful design. So you get ½ metre of that. You get ½ metre of this fabulous sort of almost fantasy woodland. You know, this is gorgeous. And then I've got ½ metre of the cream design. So there's your 3½ metres for just £22.47. It's absolutely fantastic value. Again, I've only got teens of this one. You get 3½ metres, 2 of the cream, a crew off-white, and 1 of the navy background. This would be really nice actually to pull out a few of those colours in your solids or your scraps. Be gorgeous, be gorgeous. Half the stock of this smaller bundle's gone. I've had another fab idea for using the Teflon coated fabric from Steph. She says, what about a tabard for cooking? Love that, love that. Or general cleaning or maintenance. Or a gardening belt to put tools in with a kneeler. Wow, I mean, that would be the most perfect Christmas present for a friend who likes gardening. Lovely idea, Steph, well done for that. This is absolutely flying out. Low teens left. Oversubscribed. If you want this, grab this. I think any of these, I know it's a bit special for a lining, but imagine going into your William Morris bag and finding this fabric inside it. Wouldn't that be lovely? Especially those lighter ones, so you've got a nice bright interior. Right, let's talk ½ metres, fabric by the ½ metre. Let's start with the crosshatch diamond sort of style of fabric. I've got 3 colourways, a cream, a navy and a black. We're going to have to start with cream because that's our lowest in stock. Really smashing. We're all loving this fabric. I've got to say, we are all loving it. It's just beautiful. Look at the little owls. There they are. Look at the little owls. The little foxes. It's sort of Secret Garden meets William Morris meets Alice in Wonderland almost. Really beautiful. Love this as well. I'm going to turn this around because it's multi-directional. Love this design here with the poppies. And you've got little bunnies, little squirrels, little foxes. Yeah, it's kind of William Morris, Beatrix Potter. Just beautiful, just beautiful. I've got I've got 1½ metres left. Right, let's go navy next. Let's go navy next. This has got those gorgeous jewel tones in it. It's really vibrant, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. It is gorgeous. It is gorgeous. Really stunning. A little bit different. I love that sort of, for me as well, it's got almost a Jacobean look to it. I don't know if it's the squares. Can I also suggest this as a backing fabric for a quilt, a wall hanging, a runner? Quilt it from the reverse okay, and follow the lines and stitch, and you will have a stitched crosshatch on the other side with 0 marking. That's a win. That's a win. So I'm always on the lookout for fabrics like this that I can use for backings and quilt from reverse. 749.5 metre. Delicious. Don't those little white bunnies stand out? So cute. So cute. And then the black. Morning, Stuart. Could I use this fabric for a bag? Yeah, you absolutely could. Is it Maria or Marina? Thank you. Maria, beg your pardon. Yes, absolutely. I use quilt weight cotton in fact, I use quilt weight cotton for all of the bags in Bags for Life. They benefit from being layered with something like interfacing or wadding or in our form and quilting. That gives a more of a robustness to the fabric. But yeah, absolutely suitable for bag making. You can also do things like eau de coat these fabrics. So if you want to make them wipeable, waterproof even, it's all about the number of layers of eau de coat. You can do, so if you want to make a bag or something like a dog coat that you want to be splash proof in this, just eau de coat it. And I personally prefer to eau de coat once it's made up into something. It's lovely. Also, I like the fact that the colours are different. They are more autumny shades, aren't they? They're those kind of richer, darker, deeper, more muted tones. And that's really lovely. That's a bit of me, that one. It's a bit of me. This would also be really gorgeous fabric for things like, if you use that for sashing, you know? That is your sashing in between your blocks that pick out these gorgeous, warm, rich tones. That is really lovely. What about a little clutch bag in that? Very nice. Very nice. I tell you as well you could. Now, it would involve cutting on point. Do you know? Or you could cut a strip out for a shoulder strap. And yes, that would be on the bias because these are, but that might be exactly what you need. But if it was for something like a shoulder strap and you were worried about it stretching, well, you're probably going to interface it anyway. And if you weren't going to, just add some interfacing and it will not stretch then. Beautiful. Absolutely love that one. That's my favourite. Now, that's all of the fabrics by the half metre. No, no, it's not. No, it's not, Stuart. Got 2 more. Okay, the cream background, again, is our lowest in stock. It's lovely. This, again, it would be lovely for a border, for a quilt. It would be lovely for alternate blocks. The scale is small, but there's still lots going on. It's really interesting. So if you like doing smaller piecing and you want an alternate block fabric, this would be ideal. I was just thinking the same thing, Hannah. I was just thinking the same. There's it's a little William Morris meets Liberty. And also, but you see, they all draw on, William Morris very much drew on medieval tapestries, wood carvings, paintings, illustrations, book illustrations, things like that. That is what you've got here. You know, it's that sort of field of flowers, isn't it? It's that fantasy forest with the deer running through it and the trees all with fruit and flowers on them and that kind of thing. I love looking at old tapestries. Gorgeous. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Lots and lots of you coming in for this. Oh my goodness me, I've just looked at the stock that we have left. We have got less than a bolt. Less than a bolt. In fact, I tell you, we've got 7 meters left. We've got 7 meters left. Last fabric, navy. I do love this navy background. I do love this navy background. Now that for me, for children's clothing, would be absolutely gorgeous. I could imagine using that to line a navy corduroy coat. What about something like, oh, a little lampshade in that would be lovely. You can have dark lampshades. Sometimes you just want the light to be cast downwards, don't you? Like low-level lighting for a bedroom. Lovely. I think that's gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. You've got that navy background, then you've got all those lovely, vibrant colours there. So much detail you can see in the leaves, in the flowers, in the fruits, in the animals even. I tell you what would be really lovely. I mean, it only uses tiny scraps, but we don't mind that, do we? Covered buttons in these. And almost wherever you cut it, but I could imagine centering something like this on a large covered button. Can you imagine? Beautiful. Absolutely lovely. Oh, I've fallen in love with this fabric. Oh, by the way, I know it says black on the details. That threw us as well, but it's navy. It's definitely navy. Ollie, thank you for doing that real close up there, because you can really see the detail. I mean, look, that's my finger. That's how close in Ollie's managed to get. And look how crisp all the details are. You know, I didn't even notice that there was an owl sitting in the tree and a fox who's very interested in the owl. He's got no chance of getting anywhere near it, but he's going to have a go. The rampant stag. The startled doe. That little, oh, look at that little fox there, all intent. There. Beautiful, beautiful. Gosh. Now I do have a bundle of all the fabrics. 5.5 meters, way more in baskets than available. I only have 2 of these bundles left. So you get all 5 fabrics. So you get your 2 navy backgrounds and your black background. And you also get your 2 cream backgrounds. 2 of those bundles left. 2 of those bundles left. And then I've got one more smaller bundle, 1.5 meter bundle this time. You get 0.5 meter of the navy. You get 0.5 meter of the cream, both in that sort of tiled design. And then you get 0.5 meter of that sort of fantasy forest, again on the cream background, for £22.47. Lovely, really lovely. Again, just low single figures of that bundle left. Okay, now, I have got some other William Morris fabrics. These are all absolutely stonking value. So a really nice opportunity to stock up your William Morris stash for not very much money. This is a little different. This is a little, oh, that's very elegant. Oh, I tell you what, the quality is lovely. This is really, now that would make a most beautiful shirt or a blouse. And that, it almost feels like silk. It's gorgeous. It's 100% cotton, but that is so finely woven. Can you see? They're amazing, amazing value. That is lovely. Again, this would be rather nice as something like, you know, Christmassy. What about napkins? What about tablecloth? Very nice, very nice. And this has got a lovely horizontal linear design, so you could actually cut this down very nicely for a sort of a fussy cut border. I'm just going to sort of show you roughly what I'm talking about. Do you see? Something like that. 4.99.5 metre. Lovely. Lovely. Well, this one, I think the colours in this are stunning. It's autumn in a fabric, isn't it? It's beautiful. Look, excuse me. The photograph on the web doesn't do this justice at all. It is really lovely. You see, that picture makes it look so yellowy. Oh, no, no. Look. It's rich, it's warm, it's more muted, isn't it? That gold is a gorgeous muted colour. It's that autumn palette, isn't it? Lovely. Now, I would mix this with navy. Some navy. Be lovely. The background's navy. So, yeah. You've also got that soft rose pink, which would be rather nice to draw out. That more fiery crimson, orange. It would work really well with Strawberry Thief. It would work really well with Strawberry Thief. If you were doing a bag, you could do the outer bag in your Teflon coated. All right. And then you could do your lining. And then I would probably pick out something like this crimson red, this cherry red, for a little bit of piping along the tops of pockets and things like that. And maybe even a zip here and there. But yeah, very nice. 4.99.5 metre. You could absolutely do a scarf in this. So if you were going to do something like an infinity scarf, you would actually need to join, well, you'd either have to buy like about 1.5 meters in length and then cut it vertically, or 1 metre and then join it selvage to selvage, because you actually want about a 60-inch length for an infinity scarf. So you've got to have it one way or the other. So 1.5 meters long or 1 metre wide and join it. But yeah, I mean, that would be lovely. I just kind of, that's really, it's very autumny, isn't it? Yeah. See, I can model. It's lovely, really lovely. Next up, well, again, because of the gorgeous, vibrant colour. Amazing. Now, this is crying out for fussy cutting, isn't it? What I would do with this, actually, is I would cut out tall triangles. If I just quickly fold this sort of out of the way, right, if you cut a tall triangle out like that kind of thing, right, identical, and then pieced them together, you could make like an octagonal or a hexagonal table topper that would join up. Do you see these are in like bands? It would join up all the way around, and it would be 6 or 8 pieces of fabric sewn together. All you've got to do is draft out a big triangle. Use your rulers. You're looking at the 60-degree line or the 30-degree line. Draw big triangles on freezer paper. Iron it to your fabric. Cut round. Piece them together. Press your seams open. Do 2 halves. Join them together. Press the centre open. And then layer it, quilt it, bind the edges. And you're done. You'd want to buy probably about 2 meters of that, though, so you've got plenty of opportunities for fussy cutting. Yeah. Oh, I want to make that now. Right, next up, again, Christmas, not Christmas. If you wanted to do William Morris style Christmas tree decorations, or what about backing Christmas stockings with that? It's almost got a little bow here. Do you see what I mean? It's pretty. A solid colour stocking, a cuff made from this. Beautiful. Or even you could just cut out almost like cookie cutter style Christmas decoration. So a really simple Christmas tree, a star, a heart, stuffed ribbon on the tree. Lovely. Right, I need to speed up just to get through the last few. I'm going to go completely off now, black and white. It's been very, very, very popular, and you can see why. Now, I've got to be honest, I want to get straight in there with some pencils. I want to get in there with my Inktense pencils and add some colour. I think that's lush. You could dye that fabric if you wanted to add colour. I mean, there's nothing wrong with black and white, is there? Let's be honest. And then we'll finish with iconic Strawberry Thief. Yeah, tie-dye it. Why not? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Look at this colour. Now, this actually, I know this is a bit left field, but this colourway and the way it's almost in bands is, you know, the colour of like, you know, sort of like South American blankets, the woven blanket. It's actually giving me that. More than William Morris, in a way. Do you know? I think that's really lush. That's about to sell out, actually. You can still grab it if you're quick. And then the very last one, Strawberry Thief. Again, vibrant, beautiful colour. Autumny. Very autumny palette. The web image, not nice. Again, a bit sort of garish, but this is why we have it in the studio and you can actually see it next to me. £4.99.5 metre, and again it's almost like that sort of silky, it's like a slightly lighter weight quilt weight cotton. You don't worry about sewing this with quilt weight cottons. It is a little finer. You don't have to interface it. You don't have to do anything any different. It won't look or feel any different. Colour-wise, what would I team this with? My neutral, probably navy. It would work really well with navy. It would also be really nice to mix with something like, maybe, yeah, really soft buttery yellow. Really soft buttery yellow would be really nice. Cute. Right, time has beat us. We're going to go to a break. After the break, I am joined by cross-stitch and stitching legend Jane Greenoff, who has got the August tile. This is sublime. It is so beautiful. It's roses, of course, for August. It's already flying out. Grab yours in the break, and then I will join you in just about 3 minutes.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck!
I hope you're going to join me this Saturday here on Sewing Street. First off, it's the amazing Antares quilt using William Morris fabric. This beautiful feathered star quilt, an absolutely spectacular make and so much easier than you think. And then I've got my brand new quilt pattern Tangled, which is launching this Saturday, alongside a beautiful range of fabric from Dan Morris. It's so easy to piece and you're going to make this quilt time and time again. I'll see you this Saturday on Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Good morning and welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm joined by the truly wonderful and iconic Jane Greenoff. Oh, you are.
Hello,
Absolutely
everyone.
fabulous,
Hello, lovely to be back.
fabulous cross-stitch and hardanger projects from you today.
Yes, we have.
We're having a little bit of a celebration of hardanger this morning because it is an unsung hero.
I think it is. I think it's the best kept secret in needlework, actually.
And I love, Jane combines it with cross-stitch, so it's a little dip in. But we're going to start with the most gorgeous launch. This is the August tile. Jane, this is a monthly programme, but everyone stands alone.
Yes. Yes, the idea of this, well, I think it started, we did something last year, which we're going to mention later as well, where we did a little posy pocket for each month. And the idea of having a month, something for each month, was very, very popular. I know a lot of you liked it. And those of you who joined us in the middle of last year are now coming back and topping up and getting the early ones.
Yes.
So, of course, I was persuaded it was time I did something for this year.
Absolutely.
Which is nearly over.
And I think you've surpassed yourself with this.
I'm pleased with it, actually. I was very
the
pleased.
symmetry, the border repeats throughout the months, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes, the idea, well, of course, when I first said I'll do a tile a month, and then, of course, we could make it into a quilt. Foot in mouth, really.
Sure,
because
yes.
obviously lots of you are quilters. Then I realised that January tile had to have something connected to December tile if it was going in a quilt.
Yes.
You know, something had to be going through.
Absolutely.
So actually what happened is I did a tile based on a sampler border. So this came from an old sampler on my wall at home.
Would these be sort of pinks, carnations, something like
They
that?
They were probably called carnations at the time. That shape is very symbolic of early samplers. And then, so that's the basic shape for all of them. Each one is an individual thing. Last time I was on air, I showed you a bag with 2 different tiles made on it.
Yeah, that was lovely. Like a
because
cube
we did
bag,
it together,
wasn't
that's right. And then we did a cushion again with different ones on back and front. And in December, we will show you the quilt, which we're making at the moment.
Oh, lovely. Look forward to that.
So this is August, which is roses.
And this is worked on linen. There's a linen or an Ada version, actually. We're just showing you the details at the moment for the linen version. They both essentially come out looking the same, pretty much, don't they?
They're the same size. Don't ever think that if you work on Ada, because that's what you see easily, that you're working on a childish fabric. You're not. Ada was invented over 120 years ago in Germany as a easier to see fabric for those people who wanted to stitch. It's not modern, really. So this is worked on linen or Ada. My version here is on linen. There is an Ada version already worked, and the quilt, when it's made, will be a mixture of Ada and linen.
Oh, lovely. So you could even do that at home. You could, you know, if you've never tried working on linen, and you've done the first 6 on Ada, you could actually do from July onwards in linen.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely gorgeous. The roses, I mean, such a beautiful flower in August.
I kept it quite simple because actually counted cross stitch doesn't really lend itself if you think of roses. They tend to be changes of colour, but if you look at an old-fashioned rose, there are lots of twiddles in the middle, which are quite difficult to draw when you're basing things on squares. So these, I don't think there are any, no, there are no fractional stitches. By that I mean when you do a 3/4 cross stitch, thus making a triangle, which is quite a useful thing to do with more modern cross stitch design. On the Ada fabric, if there's a lot of fractional stitches, you have to pierce a hole in the middle of the square. So you're guessing a bit. Whereas with linen, there is a hole in the middle. And I'll talk to you about linen in a minute when we get to that.
Got you.
So
it is lovely. So much detail in there as well. And really gorgeous soft tones, almost antique-y tones, aren't they?
Yes, well, I think my palette is a bit that way. My thread cupboard, my threads are on little cones, industrial-sized cones. And I have about just over 3/4 of the range in my palette.
Okay, stash envy.
Stash envy. It's yes, it's a vice, isn't it? A stash.
Oh no, it's a resource.
Do you think?
Of course I do.
Somebody once said to me, I had sable stash enhancement beyond life expectancy. But the trouble is with a stash is if you use it, it's not in your stash. So you have to buy some more in case you use one of the...
Jane, I made the mistake once of clearing out my stash, clearing out my scraps. And suddenly I'd got nothing. All the things I needed, I hadn't got any more. So I had to rebuy everything. Much better to cherish your stash.
Yes.
Anyway, you get everything included in your kit. You get your linen, you get all of your threads, you get your pattern. Jane, am I right? You get the pattern in colour and black and white.
Yes.
So important,
making sure nobody can see
It's
this.
so important. Do you want some scissors?
Yes, please.
I'll get you some scissors. I think it's so important that you get the pattern in colour and black and white where possible because it suits different stitches, doesn't it?
Of course it does. Thank you, dear.
Everything that Jane does for Cross Stitch Guild, it's all beautiful quality, also beautifully thought out. You always
hope so.
think of the user, don't you?
Yes, well, being an addict myself, you know, I do understand. So this is the linen version I've got in my hand, and I'm just going to open the fabric. So you can see it's lovely big piece. Notice the selvage there. That's got the orange stripe down it.
What does that mean?
That means it's come from Zweigart&Sawicki in Germany. And they make the best fabrics in the world. I said that.
Sure.
And
And then you've got your colour and black and white.
don't you think that's pretty? I mean,
Very
I could frame that.
pretty. But I want to work from that, Jane.
Yes.
I like symbols.
Yes, it's a really strange thing. When I first started writing books for a publisher, they wanted these in the book.
Well, that looks pretty, doesn't
Because
it, when
when you
open a
flick
book?
through a book, you know, you're in a bookshop, you flick through and you get that. But actually, when I stitch, I get that, so I can colour in where I've been with my crayon.
And you can't argue with the symbol. You aren't saying, is that light peach or medium peach?
Peach or
You
elephant
know
grey or
it
da,
is,
da, da.
yeah.
Yes.
But then you also get your guide for how to do the stitches, even how to do cross stitch. You don't assume anything, do you, Jane?
Nope.
This could be your first ever kit.
Yes.
You get your needle. You get a needle, you don't even need to buy a needle. And then you've also got your card for sorting your threads onto.
Now, the thread sorter's got our free phone number on it. Now, you shouldn't ever need it, but if you did, if the cat takes one of the sets of threads away, you can just ring Andrea on the Guild office number, and she will sort you out.
Fabulous. And do I need a hoop to work
Well,
this?
this is where I get into some trouble over the years. I don't work with a frame or a hoop. I never have.
I'm prepared to let your work speak for itself, Jane. Do you know
Yes.
what I mean?
Yes, I
Yeah.
mean, funnily enough, I'm working on a little piece which I might let you see when I come back at 11. I'm working
I've
on
seen it,
something.
haven't I, Jane?
Yes, it's sweet. I'm working on something which is unusual. It's actually for a Guild magazine that'll come out in the spring. And I brought it with me because it's the sort of thing I can do without having to concentrate. And as you know, if you're working from a chart, you can't really look up at the television and answer the phone or whatever. So I'm working something at the moment which is worked in knots, which are stitched at random. So that I have mounted on a frame because it's easier for me to do it. But for cross stitch, I don't use a frame. Now you must do what you're comfortable with.
Right.
If you want a hoop or a frame, anything that makes your stitching suit you. Now I stitch in my car. All right, I have been found by a policeman on the M25 just the once with my ignition off, so I was legal. And he came past me on one of those big motorbikes, and then he backed up and he looked and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm sitting stitching." I said, "I've been here 40 minutes. I don't have that much time to waste." He said, and off he went. But I couldn't do that with a frame or a hoop. I got it
Right.
out of my pocket.
Yeah.
So I don't use one. You must do what you prefer.
But there isn't a reason in terms of tension, or you can still get a beautiful result without.
You can. The thing you've got to watch is if you're doing tent stitch. Now that's the sort you might do on a canvas for cushions.
It's like a half cross
It's
stitch.
yes, it's like a half cross stitch where you're using more thread because of the way you make the stitch, because it's upholstery and it's going to have to wear. So when you do tent stitch, because it's going in one direction, your work can lozenge. You can imagine how it can distort. So with tent stitch, I would use a frame. But with cross stitch, it's not essential.
Now, I need to let you know, on linen, the August tile is getting very, very limited. I'm low teens now, Jane, so we don't have very many at all. Remember, you don't have to do all 12. You could do the summer months, you could put 4, June, July, August, September.
yes.
It could be your birth month. It could be a month that's really special, or a floral image that's very special for you. You could start with August and then carry on. It's up to you. Ada now. Tell me about Ada. How will this look different?
If I can borrow, I won't open it, but if I can just borrow an Ada kit.
That's the
Oh,
Ada?
I'm sorry,
Yep.
silly me. So if you look at this, you'll see that this fabric is woven in a slightly different way.
very slightly
Thank you.
over.
Is that better? So this fabric is woven and it visibly is in squares. The way that's done, and I mean, I've been to the factory and watched these on the machines. Instead of one thread going that way and one thread going that way, they're done in fours, which means you get a hole in the corners, which means that each one of these squares is one of these stitches.
Got you.
So if you've never done counted cross stitch before, I mean, I learnt on linen because I didn't know any different. When the girlfriend showed me how to do it, I mean, my son was on the floor in a yellow fluffy suit, one of the ones with the feet in, and a zip up. I think I'd changed his nappy, but I'm not entirely certain.
It's giving us a rough idea how old he was.
Okay, yes, he's 43 now.
Okay.
Okay. And
Hoping it was a while ago.
it was a while ago, yeah, quite. So I didn't know about this material because I expect that's what I'd have started on. So I learnt on linen, and linen is my thing, and I go on about it quite a lot. I'm wearing it, you know, the crumple look is the way forward. But this is not, it's not babyish, is what I'm trying to say. Nothing is worse, and we've had a conversation about reading glasses just.
Sure.
Nothing is worse than wanting to get on with your stitching and not being able to see what you're doing.
Right.
Now, I only experienced this at a certain age, working on some unbleached linen in what I thought was a good light and spending the next day unpicking it all because I couldn't see it properly. So I do now have variofocals. All the tiles, as I said, the border and the outer frame is the same throughout the series. And then the first four, we're going to show you some pictures in a minute actually, the first four were different, they were in little squares. The second four are in a garland shape, and the final four are more geometric in the centres. So they go together, but there is this slight difference. So you might want a set of the ones with the four squares. You might want one four square, one garland, and so on. So as I said, we'll show you some pictures.
Some lovely ways of displaying them, yeah. A lovely message from Beverly, who's in East Sussex.
Beverly.
She says, so fabulous, Jane. My mum's favourite flower. I've just taken up cross-stitch again. You are the best.
Well done, you. I don't think if you've done it, you ever leave it forever. That's what I think. I know I am a bit peculiar. Look, isn't it, you know, goosebumps all over me just because you've said that.
I know, it's lovely.
Ridiculous.
It is.
But
Taking it back up again.
You know, I was talking to somebody about 3 or 4 days ago, and I said, I've been doing this for 30 years now. And my husband went, 40? I said, 40? And it was 1983 when I designed my first commercial kit.
Wow.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
It's,
Where did that go?
It's a fabulous, fabulous body of work, Jane. That's what it is. I'm working on Jane's linen with no hoop. Hey. The fabric holds its shape very well. No dish rag. Look, that's Ruth in Worcestershire.
Well done, you. All the linen we get, when they make the linen, there is a procedure for making the warp and the weft. I mean, it's 100 metre long, this warp and weft, when you're in the factory. And then the fabric is either dyed, if it's going to be dyed, if it's not made in 2 or 3 colours already, and then it goes into a machine that puts a finishing substance, not unlike starch. So when you first get it, Ada or linen, it's got quite a finished feel.
It's quite stiff, doesn't it?
Yes. As you use it, it gets softer and softer. Now, when I finish a piece of stitching like this, I put it on 4 layers of bath towel on the ironing board. I have one in the cupboard. It was white. It isn't anymore. And then I have the steam button on the wrong side, and I give it a really good press. If I need to make a special hem around the edge or do something other decorative, I may use spray starch as well, but it's not essential.
I'm just popping the linen tile back in. This is the August linen tile, just because I have single figures now. So if you want the linen August tile, it's brand new today. This is your last call.
So when you start a tile, what you're going to do is fold the fabric into 4.
And do you have to worry about like the finding a thread and folding it on a thread?
Well, it depends why you're doing it. all
Okay.
right? If you're doing this for fun, fold it into 4 like that. If you wanted to run a tacking line down those folds, you'll find that helpful because you can do the same line on your chart, which means that you can tell you're in the right place as you're going along. Now, if I was working something with a lot of hem stitch on it or more difficult counted stitches, I would actually do that tacking line under and over 2 threads, which is a bit time consuming, but when you come to doing certain stitches, it's very useful to see where you're actually going.
Makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So
Yes, it
I
does.
would start this tile in the middle of the fabric, in the middle of the chart, which would involve me stitching that rose first. And remember, when you're counting across linen, particularly linen, mistakes are made counting over empty fabric, not over stitches as a general rule. So count short distances. If I was working this, I'd work my rose, then I'd probably count to the butterfly and then count to here because it's tiny amounts of counting needed. You're not galloping to the corner or something.
And I suppose that's the time when, if you are going to count twice and check yourself, that's the time to do
Absolutely,
it. Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah. That's gorgeous. Absolutely flying out. We really are down to our last few of the August tile in linen. But also in the side graphics, we'll put Ada because that is also flying out, an absolutely beautiful thing in its own right. But also remember, you could put a grouping of 4 or 3, however you want to display them, or make all 12 and make a quilt.
And as I said, a quilt is being made as we speak.
Absolutely gorgeous.
I'm not making it.
Now we're going to go back in time, Jane.
Aha, and look at the others.
I want to take you back. Well, just to July.
Okay.
Just to July. And this, I love the sort of like 4/4 look of this one. This is featuring daisies, those proper garden daisies
Yes,
that have
yes.
the purplish pink blush
And you
around
can
the
see
edge.
how the colours vary, but the greens follow through all 12.
Oh, lovely.
The same blue, if it's used, follows through,
Nice.
and so on. And it means that, in theory, I mean, I won't know for certain until I see the quilt, will I?
I suppose
But I've
not.
no doubt that, I mean, I know from my experience that looking at them, when I was designing them, and up to sort of, I suppose, up to August, really, they go out to stitchers to check, because obviously errors get made. And so I had photographs taken with my phone of the stitching on the wall, just so I could make sure I didn't do 2 consecutive months that were rather pink. I don't normally work in 12s.
Makes sense,
You know, for me,
yeah.
this was quite a challenge.
Sure.
So there's July.
Gorgeous, absolutely lovely.
Daisies.
And you can see again that carnation border. That was taken from an antique sampler. Lovely. Like band sampler or...
This was actually, it's a rectangular sampler with a map of England. Actually, the British Isles, I apologise.
British Isles. Lovely.
Yes.
Lynn's got in touch from Surrey, Jane, to
Hi,
say
Lynn.
I could listen to the lovely Jane all day. What
Bless you,
beautiful
you may have to
tiles.
one day. Thank you very much. I'm being persuaded to write a book. John, of course, who did his...
Of course.
He'd been bullying me. And when I did a sort of talk to a group of American ladies last October, 190 of them.
Wow.
Thank God for a radio mic, because I
I
really
mean,
would have looked a
really,
chump.
yeah.
Anyway, yes, telling stories, really. And then there was this certain amount of conversation about writing a book. So it will appear shortly, and I will do an audio version.
So are we talking autobiography here, Jane?
Ish.
Ish. A
And-
tell-all?
tell a lot.
some.
Tell a lot.
Tell a lot, I like. Good.
I don't know if you know this, but...
We're about to find out.
Yeah, well, I must just tell you, I did a lot of videos and things of embroidery.
Okay.
And counted thread.
Thank
which
you
is
for
on
qualifying that,
that
Jane,
Cross
because
Stitch
we
Guild
were all
website.
wondering.
If you go
Yeah.
on the Cross Stitch Guild website and you go to Stitch Basics, you will get me at my kitchen table explaining the differences between Ada and linen,
Lovely.
etc. And I mean, it was quite expensive to have done. And
Yes.
I was very pleased, with it. And I have discovered that somebody, who I don't know, put together all the videos for an hour,
Right.
and it's on the How to Go to Sleep channel. It is actually on the How to... So I'm not joking. I have over 1 million people who have fallen asleep to my stitching lessons. What can I tell you?
That's a gift to the world, Jane. That's what that is.
And actually...
What price a good night's sleep? Come on.
I mean, when I was first contacted by an American lady, who somebody at a university said, "Did you know that your voice is used in the..." I can't remember that there's a AN something. There's
Yes,
a something.
ASMR.
That's the one. If you go onto ASMR,
Jane, people
I'm there.
pay their mortgages making videos like that.
I just wish someone had told me they were doing it. I'd
Quite.
have paid mine.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, talking of linen,
Yes,
which
let's
we
get
weren't.
on. Sorry.
But the July floral tile, again, stands alone. Stands alone, just gorgeous. Would be really lovely as the centre of a cushion. You could add fabric borders around this, just plain fabric borders,
Yes,
probably,
yes.
just with some lovely quilting in, just to really show off that gorgeous work. That's linen. We've also got the same thing in linen. And Jane, you were saying, Nada, you were saying that if you work one of each
Yes.
and put them side by side,
They're
they
identical.
are
The
exactly
same size.
Exactly
the same size. That's why it's possible for us to make the quilt with some and some Aida and some linen.
Yes,
Because
yes.
the sizes are the same.
Oh, just looked, I've literally got a handful. That's it.
No, they've been.
And what we've got available, that's it.
It was extraordinary because we've just been to the Festival of Quilts, as I'm sure lots of you have, and I cannot tell you how many tiles we sold. Obviously not the August onwards ones because they're exclusive to you lot, but the people coming up and collecting back issues, you know, very encouraging.
It's wonderful. It is wonderful. A message from Lynn who says, "Hi Stuart
Hi,
and
Lynn.
Jane. I would love to sew the October tile as it's my birth month. Will the October tile be on a future show?"
Yes.
From Lynn in Liverpool.
Yes, it's. I can't tell you a date. There is a date in October.
It will be October though.
Oh yes, yes, we'll do it in October. We have a programme in October, November and December.
Perfect.
So we've done each tile once properly like this, and then obviously they're on the Sewing Street website.
Absolutely. Talking of which, if you want any of the previous months, they're all on the website. Very, very limited stocks on some of them. So if you're thinking, "Oh, that's a really good idea, I'll do March," have a look now and grab your month while it's still available. All right. Now, we're going to do the Biscornu for August in linen. We also have an Ada version, but we'll do linen first. There's the kit.
Look,
These are rather lovely.
isn't it sweet?
So this has been a monthly thing as well. You get the tile, but you can
get
also buy a
something
Biscornu.
else. Well, not all of them. Sometimes it was a scissor keeper.
Okay.
Sometimes it's a little watt bow. So the idea, well, actually, I opened my mouth as usual because when the first tile was done, it had the 4 squares on it. And I heard myself saying to Andrea, who's the boss, "They'd make a nice watt bow, wouldn't they?" And she went, "Yes." Oh, okay. So each tile has got a little extra thing. So the Biscornu, now this is such fun. You make this as 2 identical squares, look. You can see that the point of one
Yes.
goes into the middle of the other. So you need to stitch 2 squares. They must be square and they must be the same size. And the first time I designed one of these, I was really clever. All the design was in the middle, and of course it was under the button.
Oh no.
So you've got to remember to put them, if you're drawing them, you've got to put the patterns on the corners.
Yeah.
Very
live and
sweet.
learn.
You live and learn,
It's
exactly.
gorgeous. I don't need to design my own. I've got your beautiful designs to work. This is worked on linen. Again, if you've never worked on linen before, would
Marvellous.
this be a good little
Very
project
good.
to start?
Very good, very easy to do. I mean, it really is stitchable quite quickly.
Presumably you work it on a larger square and then trim it back.
Yes, yes.
So you're not having to work on
you
something small and
You see, you've
fiddly.
got quite a reasonable size. That's folded there, look. There's
Yeah.
a good chunk there, twice.
Yes.
And the buttons are included, and they're always
you get
made
those too.
made of shell.
You get your colour and a symbol chart?
Yes.
So colour and black and white. Do you get a needle?
Yes,
Oh,
it's there.
amazing. $9.99. It's amazing. I tell you what, we do Secret Santa here, Jane. what, the price is £10. I'd much rather someone spent £10 on that for me than the mug that says, you know, you don't have to be crazy to work here, but it helps. Or, you know what I mean? Or a notepad, whatever. That's amazing for under £10. Beautiful as well and useful. And then on Ada, of course, if you like working on Ada, which I do, I love working on Ada. I love working on Ada, Jane, because I sort of don't have to think too much.
Yes,
that's one of the things that I find rather relaxing.
I must say mindful this time, because last time I was on air, I said mindless.
Mindless.
And that's not what I meant. You know, I know it's a funny thing to say, really, but people have said to me how much it's meant to them to have their stitching. And I had 2 experiences, well, actually 3 experiences, but one particular experience where my husband was in an operating theatre for 5 hours and 47 minutes. And I know
you felt
that.
every one of those minutes.
I felt every one of those minutes. And I was sitting stitching with my back to the clock. And it just helped me keep things where they needed to be.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and sometimes you can only manage literally 90 seconds before your thoughts stray again.
Yeah.
But if you get 90 seconds of relief,
If you're just stitching,
it's worth doing.
it's just the best thing, I can't tell you. It is addictive. And of course, when I've got something to show you when I'm back in the next hour. I see everything in squares. You see, even you, darling. So when I see things on the news or what, I think, oh yes, sketchy, sketchy. So I do see things in squares. And it's amazing how many things are drawn in squares. I'll show you a little surprise when I come on again at 11.
Very interesting. Something to tune back in for at 11 o'clock. Yes, so that's the Biscornu in Ada. Now, we've got a rather special, a very special next project. Now, I'm going to give you the sample. This is the Little Book of Roses. Now, one of our viewers earlier mentioned that roses, her mum's favourite flower, my mum's favourite flower too. Very, very special. This is the Little Book of Roses, only on linen, and we'll show you why in just a second. Talk me through this little masterpiece.
This is one of our little stitch books. They started many years ago now, when Sue Hawkins was our technical director of the Cross Stitch Guild. She came up with the idea to do a class that was a book. So you work the cover and then the pages. Well, since then, we've done many of these, and I know you've seen some of them on Sewing Street. So this is the Little Book of Roses. So you work the cover. Now, the chain doesn't come with it. That's so people don't steal it. That's a story in a minute. And then you work the individual pages. So this has a lining for the inside cover.
Look.
And each page is double. You can see there. That means that that's the fold in the page, that's the front of the page, that's the back. And it means you don't see the back of your work. So to start again, then we've got pure cross stitch, no back stitch. We've got some more pure cross stitch and some back stitch.
An inspirational quote.
An inspirational quote.
So important to do that.
Some rose names. These are in satin stitch.
This is nerdy me, okay? Love colour. This is my favourite bit. The colour swatches. I love things like that.
It's funny because Jenny, our editor, has been on to me doing a sampler based on colour swatches.
Oh, yes.
And now that I've done this, I might do it because I was a bit nervous. Rose by any other name. These are bullion roses. Another technique. Some colonial knots in the cottage. More colonial knots here. Now we've got a little bit of hardanger embroidery. Now remember, by the time you've worked these pages, you've learnt quite a lot already. If you've never done hardanger before, this is not complicated.
No.
And I'm going to talk to you about that in a minute.
It's also an opportunity, Jen, I'm just going to show this,
Yes.
to use these hand-dyed threads.
Isn't it lovely?
Absolutely gorgeous. A quarter of the stock's already gone. This is something very special. And Jane, you said to me before we came to air, oh, it's a bit of a considered purchase. And it is the most expensive thing on the show. But I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. £52.99 for a work of art, an heirloom.
And months of work, and you'll be so pleased. I mean, I know from experience when we do shows, and obviously we'll have the knitting and stitching show in October, people will come to me with their completed books. And you don't have to frame it. You learn lots and lots of techniques. It's really exciting. I can't explain it to you really.
I think
it's
cross-stitch
just
and
a lovely...
embroidery is one of the most affordable hobbies there is.
Well, so do I.
It is
when you
so
look
low
how much a golf
cost.
club costs, it makes you... Good grief. I
Quite.
nearly died of shock.
Don't you ever criticise me for buying gorgeous threads when you've got golf clubs worth more than my car?
That's the one.
Am I right?
There's another
I'm just
rose.
giving ammunition here. It's so beautiful.
And there's a little bit... In
A
here,
little
you're doing a
sampler.
little sampler. Now, how I teach this is you work the cover first, and this lovely boy has got this open. So I can
Oh,
show
half
you.
the stock gone now. Check out your baskets, please. It's an absolute thing of beauty. But for me, this is just exquisite. And even if you've only a little experience
You
of
can do
cross,
it.
you could do it, couldn't
You
you?
can do it. The
Absolutely
trick
do it.
is, when you get the pack, decide where you're going to keep it all, and take the cover out and leave the pages. Okay, that's what you do.
Can I mention as well, when you say the pack, it's like a book.
Yeah,
It's like
there's
you're
a
getting
lot
a
of
book.
it.
There's a lot. And look at the sizes of the charts. You're not working on tiny little charts
They're
that you're going to
beautiful
strain
charts.
to see. Look, they're beautiful, big charts. All right. You've got...
It's a thing to keep.
It really is. And also as well, there are so many things in there that you could pick out
Yes.
and work on other things.
Keep using, you know.
What bows, cornichons.
They're not
What are they?
cornichons.
Biscornu. I always call them cornichons. I'm so sorry.
He
A
called it a
cornichon's like a little
gherkin earlier.
gherkin.
Right, so the pages are that size because you're going to work that. All right, so that's the front page, that's the back page. And I teach you later, so you're going to do the sewing on there, put it away in a drawer or wherever you're going to keep it. Then you're going to work each page. See, I want to go home and stitch it. Look.
Do it.
It's ridiculous.
Says Jane's literally got goosebumps. But it's wonderful.
I
the
need to get out
passion.
more.
And this is after, forgive me for saying this again,
40
40
years.
years of designing. You're still as
1983.
passionate. More, maybe. Single
More.
figures left.
More.
In fact, I'll tell you, I'll be honest, we've got 6 left. We've got 6 left. It's an absolute thing. Can we just go back and look through again? Because
Yes.
the individual pages
There we are.
are
So that's-
so beautiful.
This is from a little Berlin chart. So this is a hand-painted chart.
Do you
that
know,
in
I
my
can tell the
collection.
minute you said that, it is essential Berlin woolwork,
Yes,
isn't it? The
absolutely.
designs.
That's what that was.
Beautiful.
That was a little spray from one. I have to tell you that when this was first done, I misspelt Roald Dahl.
Oh.
And we actually had it in the magazine for the Cross Stitch Guild members. Members in the Guild have had this over 3 issues of their magazine. That's the point of the exercise. So they, having joined, they get the bits and put it together, and then way down the track it comes out later as a complete thing. So these pages are added, if you can just see, they're slip stitched to those stitches. So those 4-sided stitches act as the spine, look. So that one, I couldn't believe it. One of my colleagues rang me and said, "You're not going to believe this." And all of us missed it. So I'd misspelled Dahl, but it's now correct, obviously.
Fair enough. Do you have a favourite rose?
Yes, Gertrude Jekyll.
Is it beautiful?
Yes, I think that's my favourite. Now, my son and his wife and the kids bought Bill and I a trip to David Austin's Roses. There are other people who make roses.
Beautiful.
David Austin Roses, afternoon tea, and a rose for my 70th birthday.
Oh, that's a gorgeous
That was
present.
during COVID, of course, so we couldn't do it.
Right.
So
Something
my
to look forward to.
absolutely, my children came in. My children, you know, the man and the woman who Bill and I created came for breakfast. Turned up at my house with champagne, scrambled eggs, and smoked salmon, and we had them across the garden. You know,
Yeah.
And so I bought the Gertrude Jekyll rose
Lovely.
with that token, and it's going to grow up the front of Pink's barn. I've got 1 rose left this season, It needs a lot of loving at the moment, I have to say. I need to go back and give it some
But won't it?
attention.
Beautiful.
Oh, yes, it's very pretty.
Beautiful. I have a message actually to read out.
Oh.
It's from Kat, who's in East Riding of Yorkshire. She
Hi,
says,
Kat.
"Hi, Stuart and Jane. I love the sampler books. I need to add the roses book to my
You've done
collection
two already?
of strawberry and indigo blue."
Right.
Well done, you.
So well done you. So Kat's work, the strawberry book, which is the same physical size as this one, and the indigo book is slightly different in that it is similar, but there are some pieces of denim appliqued
Oh, nice.
as part of the project.
Is this drawn thread work around the...
Yes. Now this is where I teach you this. When you've finished your book, in the words, we teach you how to make this folded hem. Now, those of you who aren't very good at following written instructions, there is on the Cross Stitch Girl website a 20-minute video on how to do folded hems. There is a charge, I think, of $4.99 or something, because it costs more than $4.99 to make, as you can imagine. 20-minute video of how to do it. And then this is nun stitch or cut hem stitch. And again, I teach you how to do that in the pack.
Jane.
They're gone.
They've all gone.
I'll bring it
Congratulations.
back. I will bring it back.
Please,
'Cause
more of that. It's so exquisite.
I'm
It's
so pleased. I'm glad
exquisite.
you liked
I
it.
got all the threads out just to show you. Everyone who's bought this kit, look at this as a treat. This is winging its way to you. Look at these lovely colours, all that gorgeous instruction from Jane, and a real heirloom piece to cherish. Wow. Now, hardhanger. Let's talk hardhanger.
Yes.
We've got two gorgeous little projects,
And they're
very
here.
achievable projects to make with hardhanger. You called it embroidery's
Best
kept
kept secret.
Best
I
kept
think
secret.
yes, because if people are not in the know and you have a piece of a hardhanger out, it looks incredibly clever.
Yes.
My first attempt was an unmitigated disaster because, like all cross stitchers, I'm naturally mean, and I didn't follow the instructions properly.
Of course.
These are little scissor keepers. Now, this is what I call a starting project for hardhanger. If you've never done hardhanger before, this is the perfect combination because they're worked on Dublin linen, which is about 25 count, and it's quite a loose weave. It's a sort of fabric that's marvellous for pull thread work because you can pull threads out really easily.
So you've already solved that issue for us. How do I get the right sort of fabric? It's in the kit.
It's in the kit.
And it's the easiest way to do
Easiest way of
hardhanger.
doing it. And in fact, this is a piece of that very same fabric.
Because you can work hardhanger on your regular linen, but that would be a
Yes.
little more challenging.
Well, it's just, if you've not done it before, the thing you're going to do with hardhanger is you're going to make that shape, and then you're going to cut the threads. And every cross-stitcher has always said, "What?" And my first attempt at a book on hardhanger was actually a CD book, and it was hardhanger for the horrified.
Love
And
that.
I can actually remember a lady from Norway stopping me at the exhibition and saying, "Why do you say that about hardhanger? It's a beautiful place." I said, "No, it's about this. People are very nervous of it." So the trick about hardhanger is that it's a very old tradition. It's worn in costume in Norway. And if I can borrow the book just for a
Yes,
second.
of course. We're just putting the graphics in for the blue. Just want to mention as well, what a brilliant price for a little project to try something different. You get full instructions on how to work this hardhanger. Now, we have got a little standalone hardhanger book, which I think would be a super addition to every stitcher's library. If nothing else, you know, Jane, I'm a great one for mulling
Yes.
and letting my brain do that.
Cook things.
I might not be ready right now, but in a few months' time, I might think, do you know what? That's all sunk in now. I'm ready to have a go.
Yes. Now,
We'll put the details in for that. Here we go. 10.49. This, of
This
course,
was
is by
just
you,
to
isn't it?
Yes, yeah. This was my little nod to hardhanger. So this is a picture of the costume worn by the family who have a hotel called the Ullensvang in Norway. I think it's the best hotel in the world.
Oh, really?
I know there are others. It's just beautiful. It's the fifth, now sixth generation of families running it, and this is hardanger embroidery. So this is worn as costume today. It's not old-fashioned, it's not something that used to happen. If you go on special national days, weddings, funerals, parties, you'll find individuals in their traditional costume. And it's based on this. And that is what that's based on. So just to tell you, hardanger is 5 straight stitches over 4 threads. If I hold my fingers out like that, how many threads? 4.
4.
How many hold?
3.
Or 1,
5.
So you always count threads.
Oh, I see.
So it's 5 straight stitches over 4 threads. And I've started another one here. And if I grabbed a needle, I'll borrow that one for a minute. At this point, I would be running my needle across to check I'd matched. That's the difference with hardanger. Now, with cross stitch, if you find you get to the end of the row and actually something's gone wrong, you can always put an initial or a flower. I know it's not what you should say, but it's true. I have actually photographed a sampler that was finished, and I have a pair of stalk scissors over the bottom left-hand corner.
Oh, we've all done that, Jane.
Because I miscounted. Okay, so this you can't miscount. With hardanger, it must match.
So you run your needle, and also you were saying this is quite loosely woven, so that's actually very easy to do.
It's easy to count. And actually, when you've got your eye in, the problem with hardanger is you don't stop after 1, 2, 3, 4. You end up down here because it's very simple to make the stitch. The other thing to note is the stitch is the same on the back. Now, if I want to finish my threads off...
So that's almost like a satin stitch, isn't it?
It's just like a satin stitch,
and up and over.
but it's all the way round.
Yeah.
And you'll see why. I'm going to put my glasses on now.
Oh, the glasses are going on. Jane means business.
This is a really scary bit on.
But I have found, Jane, since I've started with the reading glasses, it does lend a certain gravitas.
It does.
I'm going to put mine on as well. I'm going to join you in solidarity.
Go on then. So you go into a shared hole on the corner, and I'm just going to pick up 2 threads.
Yep.
I'm counting them on the scissor and cutting. Another 2. Cutting.
Because it was 5 stitches over 4 threads, and they are the 4 threads that you have just cut through. This makes perfect sense to me.
Yes.
This doesn't look scary at all, Jane. What's all the fuss about?
Well, it is. Now, if I show you that, now what you never cut is an open end. So you never cut a tunnel.
What does that mean?
So I've cut where the needle has been already. I'd never cut one of these open ones.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you look at the book,
It's got to have been stitched into.
It's got to have been stitched. So I turn the work. I go in the corner.
Oh, do you mind just bringing it forward so we
Sorry.
can just... There we
Tell
go.
me
Hang
where we
on.
need-
Keep
you
going.
get it where we
There
need to go.
My hands will guide your hands.
Oh, thank you, dear. Count to 2. Count to 2.
This is such a cool way in. I've got to tell you, I haven't even got teens left in Bluebell.
So that's how
Gotcha.
you get that. Can you
Yep.
see?
Yep. Just keep it slightly to your left. That's perfect. Thank you.
So now,
You can just pull the threads. Look.
there's one I didn't cut properly, look, which I'll do now. Can you see that there's actually nothing to it?
No.
And I will cut the rest of this while I'm having my break and come back and show you what happens next.
So when you cut it out, do you literally cut... You don't cut all the thread out. It's not a hole, a big hole.
No, because actually what's going to happen is if I go, I can do it here, look.
I love it. I'm really into this. I want to get the book as well, though, Jane, because I know I get instructions for how to do the hardanger for this, but once I've done this, I know I'm going to want to try other things.
The thing
because
about this-
it's not scary.
The thing about this is that actually this is hardanger, this is all of it. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Let me just get some whiskers. I'm rushing this, which is naughty.
Don't rush. I'm more than happy to cancel the next show just to keep you on.
Oh, and I've just pulled... No, I haven't. There you are. It's started to come.
Oh, look at that.
Can you see?
Jane, I really, really like that. That is so cool.
So I'll finish this off in a minute.
That's so cool.
If I just mention in here, I don't need to go on and on about this, but I just wanted to show you. In this book, you're going to make a very simple scissor keep. There's the 5 straight stitches, and there they are.
Yeah.
There's me changing direction and doing one the other way. There's me going round the block. There's the knot on the front. There's me checking, running across, like I just mentioned. There's me finishing off on the back. Now, we always go under a tunnel to finish threads in case we cut that thread when we're cutting later. So there's one of the, well, that's a bigger version of that, yeah? I'm getting rid of the final thread. Teaching you how to cut and where to cut. There's it cut. There's it finished with the stitches.
I love it.
And that's what you make.
I love it. Jane, this looks like my new addiction. This looks
it is
very
advice, it is advice.
addictive.
And if you can do this,
I love it.
right?
Yeah.
You can do anything in this book.
And you get the pattern for the strawberry things
yes.
in this book, don't
Yes.
you?
So-
It's not just instruction and tips. That would be worth it enough. But you get the patterns.
The thing about that is, if you can make that simple little scissor keep and put it on your scissors, you then turn to the next pages, and here's some antique. It's only the same thing. All of this is done by these little blocks.
Yeah.
There's the thing you make.
And it's just exposing these threads with gaps that you can then do something around or with.
And if you look at this, the red lines show you where you can cut.
Understood.
And as I said, we don't cut a tunnel. Now,
and I can see how, yes, I can see where they would form. There's your lines going that way, so this end would be a tunnel.
Yes, and that's how you're left with something left to decorate.
Makes perfect sense, really
So
clever.
exciting.
Can I just check, the blue scissor keeper, is that now sold out in Bluebell? We're just going to check, because the 4 left, 2 available now, and more in baskets than we have. And in the kit for the Heavenly Hardhanger, it's heavenly now, it's not
Instead of
horrible,
horrified.
horrified. So you get your linen, you get your hand-dyed threads.
I know.
Very special.
It's beautiful thread.
Little button.
Yep.
You get fabric for the underneath, because
Yes.
obviously you've got holes.
I have to say, you say obviously, okay, you're speaking to the woman who designed 2 bigger what posts. I
Right.
can't believe this. And I had some very pretty colours, and I went into the kitchen to fill them with rice.
Oh, yeah.
And what do you suppose happened?
Yes,
It fell out through. I just couldn't believe I'd done
all
it.
over the flagstone floor.
Absolutely.
We're going to have to look at pink because the blue has sold out. I have got very, very, very low figures on this one. If you want this is in the pink, the rose, in fact. You get your little button. You get your hand-dyed look that's kind of shades of pink and apricot,
yes.
peach. Anne from Greater Manchester says, love this. I'm a
Where are you,
complete
Anne?
beginner. Will I be able to make this?
Yes. If you follow my instructions. There's
Can I
absolutely
suggest, Anne, that getting the book as well as the kit would be, I mean, it's not even £20 all. How much is the kit? Is that £8.99?
£10.99. Oh no, sorry, that's the book. I don't know.
£8.99. So, okay. So for less than £20, the book and the kit, I think they work very well. You don't need the book, but you need the book. Do you know what I mean? Lovely and so inspiring and demystifying.
Demystifying.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
If you can count to 4,
Count to 4.
you can do hardhanger. If you can count to 2, you can do cross stitch on linen. And if you just check.
And if I can count to 10?
No, I can't think of anything at the moment. That's not fair. You can see that with hardanger, these blocks are the thing that is important. And what is important is that you go round. You don't do what I did the first time. Think, that seems to be an awful waste of thread. I can make some Christmas cards out of those offcuts, because that's what cross stitchers do. You do need to go round because you're binding the edge where you're going to cut. And once you understand that, the whole thing becomes... And if you imagine that this pattern here could be a runner for this table using just these stitches, but lots of them.
And I think where it really sort of explodes is when you start combining it with cross stitch and other embroidery stitches, as you have
Like
in
there.
that gorgeous little book. Now, just need to recap the book, the little book of hardanger. It's small, but it's mighty. You have got an absolute plethora. Will mine be signed?
Of course.
Of course. The photography is beautiful, ring bound so you can open it out properly. How to do your folded hem. How to make a biscornu.
Yes, all
so
the
that
bits
could be relevant for your cross stitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've got your lovely strawberry and violet projects, including the biscornu, the chatelaine, the etui. You've also got your little scissor fob. So you've got some lovely projects in there, but also it's all of that instruction on how to do the basic stitches, which Jane
Just
is using.
learn the blocks.
That's
Learn
it.
the blocks. That's all you have to know.
Once you've learnt those blocks, you're away.
Well, you know, everything is based on those blocks being in the right place. That's all it is.
Now, Marilyn from South Yorkshire, South
Hi.
Gloucestershire, I beg your pardon, says, I started my hardanger journey with Jane and her book. It's so easy to do with beautiful results.
It's like I said, it's the best kept secret, because when you lie your bits of hardanger around the place, you know, people say, oh, isn't that beautiful?
Terribly
You know,
impressive.
is it lace? You say, no, it's hardanger embroidery.
And hardanger suddenly sounds even more clever.
Doesn't it sound lovely?
It really does. Well, I said at the start, we were going to give hardanger some love. We have.
We have.
And also, we can't wait to see your hardanger projects that you make, either the fobs or from Jane's beautiful hardanger book. More hardanger, please.
Yes.
Didn't think I'd be saying that today,
No,
but
and
more
I'll show
hardanger,
you
please.
something more in hardanger in the second hour.
Fabulous. We're seeing Jane at 11 o'clock. And also that little secret project you were teasing
Yes.
us with. After the break, do you remember this bag I was showing you earlier on? We'll be coming back with that. I'm going to be dropping the price. Lots of you have already checked out. You're about to save yourself a load. And you've got your bag already. If you think you might miss out, use the break to pop that bag in your basket and check out. I'll see you after this.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck!
I hope you're going to join me this Saturday here on Sewing Street. First off, it's the amazing Antares quilt using William Morris fabric. This beautiful feathered star quilt, an absolutely spectacular make and so much easier than you think. And then I've got my brand new quilt pattern Tangled, which is launching this Saturday, alongside a beautiful range of fabric from Dan Morris. It's so easy to piece and you're going to make this quilt time and time again. I'll see you this Saturday on Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. I hope you're going to join me this Saturday here on Sewing Street. First off, it's the amazing Antares quilt using William Morris fabric. This beautiful feathered star quilt, an absolutely spectacular make and so much easier than you think. And then I've got my brand new quilt pattern Tangled, which is launching this Saturday, alongside a beautiful range of fabric from Dan Morris. It's so easy to piece and you're going to make this quilt time and time again. I'll see you this Saturday on Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
I'm excited about this hour. We don't get nearly enough storage on Sewing Street. And I think it's rather assumed, oh, we're sewers, we could make a storage bag. I can't make this. I couldn't make this. I wouldn't know where to start. I couldn't find the... You don't need to. We don't need to make everything. There are some things, but it's just worth buying. This bag is genius. Absolute genius. We've had this on the shelf for months, and we've had loads and loads of emails from people asking, where can I buy that bag? And we've had to say, well, you can't at the moment. But finally, we've got it. It was meant for Hobby Maker. Okay, but so many of you have asked, can I get that bag? We said, well, can we have it? Because it would be perfect for sewing and soft craft. And here it is. Whether you're a knitter, crocheter, beader, cross-stitcher, if you love hardhanger, if you do EPP, if you do patchwork and quilting, it's going to be perfect, isn't it? So you've got this gorgeous smart bag. I love the fact that it's got a over-the-shoulder or cross-body adjustable strap. This can also be fully removed. You've got that wonderful, wipeable, quilted outer. I mean, that instantly makes me think, oh, it's so quilty. You know, it is like it's made for quilters. You might be a beauty therapist. You might want to put your makeup, your hair care products in here. I mean, it's not just for sewing, of course. But can you see, look, this goes all the way around because you really want this fully removable. So once you've got this undone, look. So first of all, your flap has 3 of these fantastic mesh pockets. Now I've started to organise my threads into this. So I've got some smaller reels, I've got some large reels here. I mean, in here, I dare say I could get a pair of scissors. I'm just going to check and see. Yep, so there's my dressmaking shears in there. All right, so that's, and I love the fact that, you know, what would normally have been like non-usable space is now usable space. So I've got my storage there. And then what you do is essentially, if you take these out of the way, now we have got these concertina boxes to keep things like our rotary cutter, our friction pens and marking tools, our small templates and our rulers. We've also got space here for perhaps embroidery scissors, our pins, and then we've got all this fabulous space in the bottom of the box too. Now, once this is closed in, this does not affect the storage space underneath. This doesn't go down into the bag. Okay, so I'll move this back out of the way. We've still got this full storage area here. Now, I'm just going to grab a tape measure and actually measure this space. So in terms of the depth of that storage area, that is 6 inches deep. That is 6 inches deep. And then in terms of the width, we've actually got, I think it's 7. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It is 10 inches. So 6 inches deep, 10 inches wide. That is a lot of storage space for things like fat quarters, your fabrics, some jelly rolls. Maybe you're going to a workshop or class and you want to literally pack everything. When you get to your class, you don't want to have to spend the first half an hour or hour of your class organising your table. You can do that the night before. You can literally pop that down on your table, open it up, ready to start. Got my sewing machine, got my bag, I'm sorted. I'm sorted. This is absolutely beautiful. Let's talk about price. Okay, should be $59.99. I bought a storage, like a trolley, with one of these on the top and a box underneath. Cost me about £170 for that. This is $59.99. We're going to take it under £50. $49.99 for this. That is a fantastic price. Absolutely fantastic price. But, you've been asking for this so long. We finally got round to getting it on the show. So we're going to do something a little bit more special. And we like to be a little bit competitive with Hobby Maker as well. So this is our price for this fabulous bag. It's $39.99. You're saving £20 on the price. Now, $39.99, I'm already seeing you now, lots of you checking out your baskets. You've had this in your baskets, waiting to see the price drop. Well done if you've already bought it before the break. You have already got that price crash. You get that price crash. You do not pay the full price. You're going to pay $39.99. I think it's a bit sort of iconic now, isn't it? A bit recognisable as this is the Sewing Street bag. It's the one you've seen on air so many times. I just love the fact that this doesn't interfere with the space inside the box. That is all still ready for your fabric, for your larger tools. Everything in there is protected. Everything in there is accessible as well. And actually, I believe... Oh, hello. So, at home, if you wanted to have a storage box that sits on your table with your tools, and you actually wanted this as a separate bag, I'm just going to check, actually, does this still function as a bag without the insert? Oh my goodness, yes it does. Yes it does. Wow, okay. I think that's superb. Absolutely superb. So this could be sitting on your desk as your sort of permanent accessible storage solution, really. And then this could be your bag that you just carry around your fabrics, or you could carry this into your class and this into, you know, if you've got a lot of stuff to take, but then you've also got the option of putting everything together. There is a bit of a queue on the phone and we apologise for that, but it's a free phone number. It's very, very busy. You're absolutely loving this, and rightly so. What a brilliant bit of kit. And we do not bring you nearly enough storage. I'm going to put my hands up to that. We don't. We need lovely storage. At the moment, we're okay stock-wise. What I am seeing are those numbers really dropping. We won't be able to get more in quickly. I will say that. So if you're thinking, well, ideal Christmas present, Stuart, but I'll wait until then, I can't guarantee that we'll have the bags in for Christmas. We might well, but we weren't even meant to have it today. This was something we kind of just asked for. You spotted it. It's your fault. You spotted it on the shelves and said, we want that bag. So we asked for it. I'm just going to pop this back over. It's just such a clever design. I'm going to go mobile again. Just warning you. I'm just going to go mobile. I'm just going to finish off. I tell you what, I've got. Now I'm just going to push my my threads down there. I know, I'm a bit eager. I'm a bit eager to go mobile. There we go. Just do that up. There we go. Right. So, I mean, you can carry it like this, but equally, you've got that fantastic shoulder or crossbody, and then away we go. And I mean, literally, how cool is this? So you've got all of your kit for your workshop, for your class. Well, that's a bit close, isn't it? Whoa. For your class or your workshop. Now, normally, I do this many times. I'm going into a workshop and I'm laden down and I'm pulling along and I've got all sorts. This, I've got everything for my workshop in my bag, over my shoulder. Oops, sorry. And I've also got hands-free, so if I did need to carry my sewing machine in, I can manage that. And this is or just high-five somebody on the way in. I mean, this is how we roll. This is a terrific solution. It's a terrific solution. I just think it's great. Absolutely fantastic. Now, I need to let you know, I can see the screen faster than Hannah, that we have now sold half the stock. And we had lots to start with, but half the stock has gone. If you want to get this storage solution, you're going to need to grab it. Awesome. So let me just let you know that over a quarter of what's remaining of our stock is in baskets. Actually over half now. You really are being very quick on this. And I don't blame you, because we have things like our fat quarter storage bags, which are absolutely brilliant for storage in your sewing room, in a spare bedroom, in your bedroom, in the kitchen, wherever you keep your fabrics. Does anybody keep their fabric in the kitchen? I don't know. I might have just, who knows? Anyway, I always say you've only got a kitchen because it came with the house. You don't need to use it for that. Hannah's laughing at me because I made my own butter last week, and have you ever made your own butter? It literally a pint of double cream in the food mixer, just on a whisk, just whisk, 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 and it just turns to butter. And I made 10 ounces of butter and half a pint of buttermilk for buttermilk scones. I think that was cheaper than buying butter. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Anyway, I just, I mentioned that. But it was absolutely beautiful. So now I'm making my own butter. Anyway, I digress. But we normally have storage, and it's for in your house. And it's for storing your fat quarters or, something like that, a rack to put your rulers in, all very useful. But what's fabulous about this is this can be your storage in your sewing room, all your tools you use all the time, everything you need on the table. You can take this down to the kitchen if that's where you sew, open it out, and you're ready to go. But equally, and this is where this is different to other kinds of storage, this all goes into a bag. This has got mesh pockets for extra storage, and then everything zips up and we can take this along to our class. And this is the difference for me, because this is portable storage. This is practical storage. And whether this is for your sewing, this could be for your knitting or your crochet. So we could have things like our double-pointed needles, our crochet hooks, our circular needles in here, and then we could have our things like our row counters, our patterns could be stored in here. We could have our darning needles and so on. Our sock blockers could be in there. Just a fab product. Now I've less than half the stock left. If you love your nail art, makeup, this could be your home makeup storage. I mean, if it's your business, what a lovely professional way of turning up at someone's house. If you're a mobile hairdresser, mobile beauty therapist or nail artist, again, you could arrive with everything in there. These could be nail polishes, cuticle, nippers, you name it. But this could also be your watercolour art stuff. This could be your santangling or your doodling or your colouring products in here. Love it. Absolutely love it. I'm going to pop that to one side, but I do need to let you know that I've got fewer than 40 bags left. Now, I was teasing you with these gorgeous threads earlier on. I'm totally in love with these thread collections. I want both of them, please. These are both from Metler. Let's start with Sense of Tradition. So these are Metler threads, these are beautiful neutral quilting colours. So these are particularly beautiful for machine quilting. You could also use these for piecing, you could use these for applique, but these are particularly good for quilting. Now, I've said this many, many times, if I showed you my stash of quilting thread, it would basically look like this. And you see the kind of quilts I do. Now, just have a look at this quilt behind me. New pattern, launches tomorrow, tangled. Can we come really, really close? Because what I want to show you is the thread colour that I've used for this quilt. Start thinking, what colour would you use? Would it be bright pink? Would it maybe be a flash of bright orange, maybe turquoise blue, something like that? Have a look at the thread that I've actually used. And it is pretty much this colour. It's a little bit more yellowy than that, but basically it was a yellowy gold. It's not what you'd expect at all. Neutrals, I'm telling you, neutrals. The quilt that was hanging behind me and Jane earlier on, again, same pattern, launches tomorrow. Cream, ivory, neutrals. They'll work with anything. They'll work with anything. These soft blues, this would have been gorgeous thread, any of these. Or the grey, or the taupes. Beautiful to work with your neutrals. Absolutely lovely. Now, on each reel, you're getting 1,000 metres. So every reel is worth 10 100-metre reels of thread. Now, I use a lot of Gutermann thread, and Gutermann and Metler are comparable brands in terms of quality and reputation and beauty and lustre. This is 100% mercerized cotton. The mercerization process essentially burns off any fluff, any fibres, so the thread is lustrous, smooth, lint-free. Okay, everything we want. Okay, you've got 12 reels. What I want to do, Hannah, if you don't mind, I just want to work out. So we've got 12,000 metres. Okay, so it's 129.99. divided by 100, what have we got, 12 here, divided by 120. Right, so just over £1 for 100 metres. Okay, so if I was buying Gutermann sew all thread or cotton thread, 100 metre reel, that's going to cost me about £2.50. So about £1 for 100 metres, as opposed to about £2 to £2.50. I think sometimes you think, okay, this is £129.99 for a box of thread, but these will quilt almost any quilt you want to make, whether it is something like this, bright, beautiful, firework colours. You know, initially I thought, oh, I'm going to need to buy bright pink or really bright orange or really bright blue. None of those colours are in my stash of threads for quilting. So I would not only have had to make a special purchase, but also I would have had to have gone out and bought them, which would have been a fairly big job, okay? But equally, the quilt that's hanging over there, the same quilt but done in my new Hajime fabric, I could quilt that with my neutral set as well. So I don't want you to look at these neutrals and think, oh yeah, but that's fine, Stuart, but I like making quilts using Tula Pink and K Facet and real bright colours. Well, so do I. And these colours are my quilting stash, okay? So, absolutely lovely. Gorgeous. And the value is amazing. Sort of half the price of using Gutermann. 7.5 miles of thread. And remember, that's 100% mercerized cotton. Right, next one I've got, I mean, I definitely want to take these home. They are absolutely beautiful. This, again, silk finish cotton. The silk finish is that mercerization process. It produces this wonderful silky finish. Now, again, that an absolute thing of beauty. An absolute thing of beauty. Absolutely honestly, that is the colour nearest to what I quilted the quilt behind me. But I think most of us would look at that and consider that to still be a very neutral palette in that box. Honestly, these neutrals are where it's at for quilting. I know a lot of time people will say, oh, strong contrast, you'll need to use a variegated thread. And I did actually put it out to lots of my friends and followers on Facebook and on Instagram. This quilt, what colour do you think I should quilt it with? And lots of people said things like bright pink, bright blue. Make your decision. I could have used something like this deep charcoaly blue-grey. That would have really popped against the black. You would have seen that beautiful quilting, but it would have still been subtle. But equally, I could have used this copper. This gold is perfect. And you've still got lots of neutrals that you could use for those lighter, softer quilts that you make. And really, I think what this quilt hanging behind me proves is, you know, you can have a quilting pattern that goes right over the top of your quilting. You don't need to change your threads. You don't need to change the colour. You can, of course. And lots of quilters do. And that's great. But I like to use one thread across the whole lot. It doesn't detract from the pieced pattern. When you look at this, you see your piecing. Even close up, you see the piecing, you see the pattern. But also, when you've got that contrasting thread against the black, you really see the quilting too. Now, this quilt could be quilted with a simple diagonal crosshatch. It would still look better in a thread that you could see, even if it was charcoal grey. Again, just over £1 per 100 metres. Fabulous value. And why not take advantage of the split pays? Got 2 split pays on both of these thread collections. £64 and change to get this home. £64.99. Gorgeous. Stuart, I love the quilt behind you. When will it be available? June. No, not June. August. I'm kidding. June, thank you for your message. The pattern launches tomorrow. It's called Tangled. I'll be doing it at 9 o'clock. No, 11 o'clock. This one's at 11 o'clock. I've got a gorgeous quilt kit at 9. This is at 11 o'clock. And also, I will have all of these fabrics. So there are 2 Dan Morris Fat Quarter collections. Now, the other colourway is from my new fabric collection for Lewis and Irene called Hajime. We're going to have that on my anniversary weekend. My 3rd anniversary is coming up. Can you believe it? The 30th, the 31st of August. We will have Hajime over that weekend, and we'll also have the pattern back. But if you want to buy the pattern tomorrow, and you could make the Dan Morris version, and then because actually it's so much easier to piece than you think it's going to be. 2 different ways of piecing it. I'll show you them both tomorrow. Lovely. Really excited about doing that. Right now, don't forget we've got that fabulous storage bag. If you want the storage bag, details are on screen. I've got way less than, well, I've got around about a quarter. Oh gosh, really? Wow, okay. Wow, that is not many at all. Less than 40. Check out your baskets, won't you? I don't want you to miss out. Whew, lovely. Can I start with a book? Okay, I've got a lovely book. Carolyn Forster came on and did a fabulous string piecing book recently with me. She launched it. It was such a beautiful book, and I rather fell in love with Carolyn's books and patterns. This is called Sew Layer Cake, Quilts and Gifts, and it is another absolutely fabulous book, jam-packed with projects. I cannot believe the price. $12.99. It's incredible value. Full-size templates. You've got some wonderful quilts. You've got other projects as well using layer cakes. Oh, those are cute. Lavender birds, using up scraps. Birds in the air. That's lovely. Little sewing pouch there. Beautiful checkerboard, 16 patch quilt. We've got some bags, broken dishes quilt. That's lovely. Just amazing value. This would suit beginners, intermediate quilters. Even if you've tons of experience, there's some lovely ideas in here. Oh, that's a gorgeous quilt. I like that. Really stylish, a little bit sort of modern looking, isn't it? Got loads of projects, look. Lots of big quilt projects and then lots of smaller projects as well for $12.99. Now, I haven't got very many of these books. Really useful information and instruction as well. So if you are a complete beginner, don't worry. You've got all the basics in there and some things like how to, did you see that? Was it how to launder a quilt? I think. Laundering, labelling and laundering. This is really useful. This is really useful stuff. And Carolyn is an industry expert. You are learning from one of the best there. That's amazing. $12.99 for that. Really great book. Really great book. Good one to have in your stash, because how often do we buy layer cakes and then we've really no idea what to do with them? We love them and they don't become a quilt because we haven't got a great idea. This is absolutely jam-packed with ideas. And actually this has got loads of ideas for how to use up leftover bits of layer cake as well. I think as well, I would take some of these ideas and translate them to 5-inch charm squares, because if you can do it with a 10-inch square, you can do it on a smaller scale with a 5-inch square, can't you? Half the stock's in baskets. If you want Sew Layer Cake Quilts and Gifts by Carolyn Forster, check out your basket. Remember, if you have already checked out on something like your storage bag or one of Jane's gorgeous cross-stitch kits, you don't need to pay a second lot of postage. Just combine your orders as you go. You tick the box. Customer service will do it for you if you call them, and then you just pay one postage for the entire day, right up to midnight, $4.95 flat rate. And that's great. Hi, Stuart. What is a layer cake? Thanks, Diane. Well, it is National Sponge Cake Day today. I will just point that out. But a layer cake is actually a stack of 10-inch pre-cut squares. So we sell lots of them. You can buy, they're a quilting standard now. Lots of fabric ranges are available as a layer cake. So generally you get 40 or 42 10-inch squares. They often have a little zigzaggy cut edge so that they don't fray around the edges. And you tend to get 2 of each of a design over a range of fabric. Sometimes they could be like lots of different shades of reds and oranges and pinks, or they might be all different blues and greens, or sometimes they're the whole range of fabric. But and there are lots and lots of quilt patterns written to use these, what we call pre-cuts. So rather than buying yardage where you've got to buy loads, you can get 10-inch squares. Hope that helped. Right, let's move on. I do. Fisker's rotary cutter, yeah. So this is a trigger action rotary cutter. So by that I mean you squeeze. I'm just going to grab one actually. Oh, actually, you know what? That's a slightly different version. That's a different version. Don't know whether I've got it. Anyway, so this, you've got, thank you, Levi. Levi's on the case, of course. Thanks, Levi. So for me, these are the safest kind of rotary cutter. You've got a trigger here that you squeeze. So there's a little locking button here on the side, okay? So make sure it's unlocked, and then you squeeze the trigger, and can you see the blade pops out? As soon as you let go of the trigger, the blade disappears and it becomes safe. Now you can lock the blade out. So if you're doing lots of cutting, one after another, maybe using your stripology ruler, you could do that. Personally, I like to always have it on trigger, and then when I'm putting it away, I lock it so that even if I squeeze the trigger, nothing happens. Fiskars have been around making blades of one sort or another since 1646. 1649, I beg your pardon. Now, I'm assuming their early products weren't rotary cutters. They were probably swords, weren't they? Who knows? But they would have wooden handles, wouldn't they? But they make fabulous cutting things. So fabulous scissors, fabulous rotary cutters. This one's $14.99. All right, that's our rotary cutter. Always worth having a second one. If you've gone for the storage bag, actually, it might be an idea. Everything's in the storage box. I'm going to bring it over. I tell you what, I'm going to bring the insert over. Just sit because I can. Because I can. Don't forget to check out on your storage bag because I've got fewer than 30 left. If you want this, I think this is a fabulous storage solution. Just check out. That's just the middle I'm using there. Right, so this ruler, always very popular, always sells out. It's the perfect 5 from Creative Grids. So what you've got here is a 5-inch square ruler. You've got your 45-degree line. You have got all of your inch, half-inch, quarter-inch markings. Could I have some water, please? This is super useful. It's also got your non-slip dots on the ruler and around the outside edge. So it's not going to slip and slide when it's on your fabric. This is brilliant if you want to be able to cut your own charm squares. And just to explain, that is a 5-inch pre-cut fabric. You can buy them, but you can also make them. This is such a great tool. If you want to use up scraps, make them look like fabric you would buy. So grab all your scraps, iron them, bit of best press as well, freshen them up, iron them, and then, if they're big enough, cut out 5-inch squares and stack them in colours. Make your own charm packs, because my goodness me, when you've got those colour sorted charm packs on your table or in your stash, you will want to use them. You'll be like, oh, that looks, I could make something with that. All you've had to buy is a ruler. Thanks, Levi. Thank you. I haven't got a cough. It's just talking. I should talk less. It's kind of my job, isn't it, talking? The talking's good. Or I could just show. I could just go. I can't do it. I can't do it. I was born to talk. Right, let's do the multi-mat, because I literally cannot craft without a multi-mat. I have these at home. I have these in my studio. Wherever I'm working, if I take a workshop, if I teach a workshop, it's everything I need. I mean, we've been talking about having everything you need in a bag, but having your multi-mat means that you've got your own ironing surface, your own pressing surface, and it's nice and firm. as well, which you want for patchwork and for applique. So you've got your ironing surface, you've got a self-healing cutting mat, you've got a placement, so almost like design wall that the fabric will kind of stick to. You've also got a sandpaper board. This is for marking fabrics. It stops them moving. And also, if you're drawing around templates onto fabric, again, you put your fabric down on the template, down on the surface. And because it's like a sandpaper, it doesn't move. Do you see? It doesn't move. So that way, I could then, you know, grab my ruler and I could grab my pen. Just going to open these pens. Do you see? And then I can mark it. And did you see the fabric didn't move? Yeah, so you can mark your fabric, and it might be diagonal lines, it might be tracing around a shape. But if I put that on a smooth surface, and try and mark my diagonal, do you see it pulling on the fabric? The fabric can move, and especially if you're going, say, from the corner of fabric, like this. Do you see it? Just the act of marking pulls the fabric, whereas on that sandpaper side, because the fabric is gripped by the sandpaper, do you see? It just doesn't move at all. So much more accurate. I love them. I think they're brilliant. They're amazing value as well at under £20. This one has this lovely grey polka dot outer. I think it's really smart. And it's nicely neutral, isn't it, as well? Very giftable. Very giftable. Yep, useful, giftable, all that good stuff. We'll do the ruler while we're here. I have two versions, the shorter and the longer. We'll do the bigger one first. So this is £1 more than the shorter one. So I'd recommend this. It's $15.99. It's the inch seam guide. It's not an inch. It must be a ½ inch. That's ½ inch. You know where it says 15? Is that 1/5? Is it half? Oh no, it'd be 1/2, wouldn't it? I don't really know why it says. Anyway, is it 15 inches long? Ah, okay, we worked it out. Thank you. Oh, it's a 15-inch seam guide. It's 15 inches long. Sorry, the brain wasn't computing. It's how it's written, isn't it, sometimes? Right, so this is not to draw through. Don't try and get your pen or pencil through that gap. The idea is that you place this on your fabric, and it might be a square, rectangle, something like that, corner to corner, okay, so that you can see the diagonal through. And then you mark, use a friction pen or a pencil, the 1/4 inch either side. So rather than marking the diagonal and then sewing a 1/4 inch either side, we're actually drawing on our sewing lines. Much more accurate, much easier to follow. You can use this to make things like half square triangles and 1/4 square triangles. It's also really, really useful for adding a 1/4 around templates. Because, for example, if this is your piece of fabric, if you lay the ruler with the edge of the fabric just showing in the slot, you can then mark a line, and that's a 1/4 inch away from the edge of the fabric. You see? So very, very useful ruler to have. This is the 15-inch long one, $15.99. Oh, June says, poor Stuart, you need a cup of Yorkshire tea. Oh, I really do. I really do. Oh, Sue's asked a question. This is useful. She says, do you think Sewing Street could try and source an A3 multi-mat? That's the same as the A4. So that would be the bigger. We have had them in the past. I've actually got, yeah, you can get them, but they only have like an ironing surface on one side and I think a cutting mat on the other. They don't have the page in the middle. With llamas on the outside. I've got one. Yeah, but yeah, we'll keep looking out for that. So this is the 9-inch version. So the other one was 15. Now the 9-inch version, so this will go diagonally across, I think it's a 6-inch square. So up to a 6-inch square. If you make units bigger than that, you want the 15-inch long one. If you only ever work at a smaller scale, 6 inches or less, this is ideal. If you did a lot of scrap quilting, this is perfect. $14.99. But for £1 extra, you could get the 15-inch one. So just, it's whatever suits you. Now, I was using some pens. I really need a set of friction pens. These are Pilot, so these are a different make, I think, aren't they? Oh, they are still. Oh, okay. Ah, they are. These are fine liners. They come in a box. They still disappear with heat. I'm just going to grab a bit of cardboard to write on here, just to show you the colours. So these are your sort of nice, easy, kind of regular colours that you might use. So we've got red. We've got green. We've got blue. Useful to have all these different colours as well, isn't it? Nice fine line too, really fine line. And these are safe to use on fabric. And then you can either remove the mark, you get a rubber on the end, so you can rub, or you can remove those marks using an iron or a hairdryer, okay? Or basically anything that creates a bit of heat, a bit of warmth. You know, rubbing will remove the marks because it's all about the heat, the warmth from the friction, okay? So these are the fine line friction pens. These would be really, really good actually for things like embroidery designs because you could draw the embroidery design. It might be, say, for example, on the front of a doll. It might be sort of, you know, the placement of the eyes and eyelashes, something like that. And the eyebrows, the nose and the mouth. I don't know what's going on there. It could equally, that's a nice little face, isn't it? Rosy cheeks. Or it could be the placement markings for a pocket or a dart on dressmaking, but they're really, really useful. And they come in a box for storage. I have run out of friction pens. I reached for my friction pen the other day and it had run out. So I'm without friction pen. And I tell you, I was cross. I ended up drawing with pencil on the wrong side of the project and quilting from the back, which was a solution at the time. But I mean, I'd much rather have my friction pens. So grab them while you can. They're £6.99 for 4. That seems to be a lot less. Am I right that normally 4 friction pens, isn't that usually about £8? These are more affordable, aren't they? That's a really good price. For 4 friction pens, fine line, lots and lots of these jumping into baskets. Those are great. Those work out at, what about £1.75? 180? 185. 174. 174. 174 a pen. I think that's fabulous. Cracking. Absolutely cracking. Grab those, won't you? Can I mention needles while we're here? 100 needles. I'm very passionate about these. These are universal needles. These are from Schmetz. They're the only brand of needles I use. Okay, you get 100 sewing machine needles in this box. It's the size of a matchbox. Hard to believe, but it's true. And inside there they are, 100. Now, these are a size 70. So these are the absolute perfect size for beautiful patchwork piecing, for invisible machine applique, for dressmaking, certainly with fabrics up to about quilt weight cotton. So I'm not going to use a size 70 on something like heavy cotton drill or faux leather. I'm probably not going to use a size 70 for quilting either, but I am going to use these needles for all my piecing. Now, you should be changing your machine needle every 6 to 8 hours of sewing time, which for a lot of us is every day, or certainly every 2 days. So 3 needles approximately per week. 3 needles a week. So that means that a box of these needles is going to last you about 9 months, I think, if I worked that out correctly. About 9 months. So we can all use a box of these every year. £39.99, which means the price you're paying is 40 pence a needle. Now, why do we need to change our needle every 6 to 8 hours? It's what forms our stitch. It doesn't matter whether you're sewing on a £250 sewing machine or a £10,000 sewing machine. It all comes down to that needle going in and out of the fabric. And if that needle is blunt, nicked bird, slightly bent, you're not going to get properly formed stitches, no matter how much money you spent on your machine. And especially if the needle's bent, you run serious risk of damaging the timing of your machine. And if you do damage that, then it's about £100 to get the timing repaired. It'll also probably be out of use for what, a week, 2 weeks? Some repair, sewing machine repair places I know, they have 4 to 6 week wait times for repairs. Who wants to be without the machine that long? Or end up paying £100 for a repair you can avoid with a new needle. And also beautiful stitches every time, new needle. It's where it's at, I'm telling you. Now, we have the most fabulous storage bag. I'm going to take it over to the other desk. We have the most fabulous storage solution. And this is brand new. It should be £59.99. Today on Sewing Street, it is £39.99. You're saving £20. I think the best bit about this bag is it's just this incredible carry-all portable storage solution that will also work in your sewing room. So everything in there. I'm away to my class. I can carry it like this or over my shoulder. When I get to my class, my workshop, or literally just down the stairs from the bedroom where I store my sewing things, I'm sewing on the kitchen table. This 3 mesh pockets, I can get my dressmaker's scissors in here. I can get reels of thread in here, okay? Then when I get to my kitchen table or my workshop, I'm just going to open it out. I've got 4 big trays in the top that allow me to keep things like my tape measures, might be reels of thread, it could be scissors, pins. This will actually lift out, okay? But I just want to show you that even closed down or open, I have got 6-inch deep, 10-inch wide box in here for fabric, for rulers, for templates, whatever I need. This whole thing then lifts out so that actually if I wanted to, I could have this as my tool storage solution on my desk. This could be a separate storage. Things in here, fabrics, whatever I need in here. This still functions beautifully as a bag. It's got a double zip. It's really cool, isn't it? Absolutely brill. There's my bag. So now actually, if I needed to, I've got my bag that I can take to my class, full. I've also got my box of tools that I can carry in maybe from the car, and I can move in, and here we go. I've got, I'm just going to come, hiya. Jane's getting ready for the next session. What's going on? I've got my bag, I've got my box, and I've got everything I need for my class. I think this is a really classy solution to how do I store my kit? How do I take things along to my class without having to constantly raid my sewing room? Have I remembered everything? Is it all organised? Using this, when I get to my class, I can literally put it down on the desk, open up my box, and I'm ready to go. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Jane Greenoff will be joining me for another hour of cross stitch. In the meantime, I'm just off to organise my sewing room.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck!
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
I hope you're going to join me this Saturday here on Sewing Street. First off, it's the amazing Antares quilt using William Morris fabric. This beautiful feathered star quilt, an absolutely spectacular make and so much easier than you think. And then I've got my brand new quilt pattern Tangled, which is launching this Saturday, alongside a beautiful range of fabric from Dan Morris. It's so easy to piece and you're going to make this quilt time and time again. I'll see you this Saturday on Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
We're going to start off with Hedgehog and Snail. Hi, I'm Snail and this is Hedgehog. It's Jane Greenoff, everybody, back for another hour.
Hiya, hiya.
Some more naughty stories, I'm sure.
No, I'm
and
going to be
fabulous
really good.
history.
Lots of history.
Lots of lovely history. We're going to start with the Snail and the Hedgehog. I wasn't joking. This is a gorgeous little pairing. You get the covered tape measure. You're going to make the covered tape measure. How adorable is this? With one of our nation's most beloved wild animals, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Mrs. Tiggy Winkle?
Yeah.
Need I
In our
say
case,
more?
It's Spike. We have an old boy called Spike who goes past our back gate.
Love
Snuffling.
them.
Yeah,
Snuffling.
marvellous.
It's the noise they make.
It is.
Absolutely adorable. I disturbed one actually clearing out the barn or moving some bales of hay around in the barn earlier in the year. But bless it, it was warm enough for it to get going, but it was a little disgruntled at being woken up. Do you know what a baby hedgehog's called?
No, I don't.
A hoglet.
Oh, I did
A
know actually.
hoglet. Cute,
How
isn't it?
lovely.
And then, so you've got that, so you've got everything to make, including the tape measure. You get that in the kit. And then you're also making the snail, what bow, thank you, what bow. And you get the snail on each of the three sides of the what bow. So you add your own scissors, but you get everything else to make these. It's absolutely adorable. Why a hedgehog and a snail?
I think hedgehogs eat snails, don't they? I didn't know what to do actually on the. I couldn't do a slug. You know, it didn't quite work.
No, slugs. They
They're not
don't have the
pretty, are
same.
they?
Don't have the same PR.
No,
do
they don't.
They don't have the same agent, clearly.
And you get
oh,
the
you get the
scissors.
scissors. You get
Do
the
you know,
scissors.
I didn't
oh
say
my
anything 'cause I
goodness!
didn't
Wow,
know.
that actually made me physically jump. Wow, wow. Okay, look. You get your tape measure, your retractable tape. You get your scissors. You get all your threads. You get all your linen. You get a needle. You get the band as well. The band's really expensive.
Isn't it? Yeah, I know. This
I'm
comes
telling
from
you, isn't it?
Vaupel and Heilenbeck, who are based in a place called Wuppertal in Germany. And the first time we went there, our daughter, Lulu, was in a buggy. And it was a Christmas, and she's now 36. We were there
Been doing
last
this
year.
for a while.
Yeah, we were there last year to see them again. The warehouse is full of linen band.
Gorgeous,
Oh, I needed a
gorgeous.
bus to take it all
I was
home.
going to say, I bet you need your hands tying behind your back.
I
don't
do.
You?
I have to have
You
a
even
budget.
get like a little bit of wadding, a little bit of quilt wadding
Yes, there,
just
just
to
to-
pad it out.
Yes, so you can, and the button still works. So I think it's ever so clever.
Yeah,
You
it's
see,
brilliant. You get a full kit, everything. Even, look, you've got the little end of that. That is all covered with linen band.
Just make a little snap on the end.
Yeah, it's fab. More in baskets than we've got. I've literally got 7 of these duos left. You get enough, you get everything to make both the cover tape measure and the what bow and scissor keeper. You get everything. You get everything. You don't even need to add a pair of scissors to cut your thread while you're sewing this, because you get a pair of scissors.
Smashing, isn't it?
It's incredible. Brilliant. Brilliant. Now, we do also have the covered tape measure on its own in Hedgehog. Okay, so in Hedgehog colour. So you get everything in there to make the covered Hedgehog tape measure, including your tape measure, wadding, linen band, linen to work it on, all your threads, needle, colour charts.
Yes, all those, all done.
All included.
They're sweet, aren't they?
They're absolutely gorgeous, and they make something that's very utilitarian into something very beautiful. The Hedgehog is actually on both sides. You work him twice, or her twice. It's beautiful. $12.99 for the kit. It's just useful and beautiful. That's everything.
Everything.
It's everything you need. Gorgeous. Again, very low. I don't even have teens of that. So if you want that, grab it. Now, next up, again, when we're talking much beloved insects, you're probably thinking, oh, Stuart, I'm not... the ladybird. The ladybird. I may not be a ladybird, but I'm all...
That'll do, honestly. And you get the band again, and there you are.
Yeah.
This has lost its tag, but it had one.
Okay.
Its little doings went on the end there. You just stitch them on, and obviously I didn't stitch it quite hard enough.
Do you get the design on both sides? Oh,
A leaf with a ladybird on it.
with an aphid.
Aphid.
Is it not an
I
aphid,
think
or
it's
is that a
little-
baby
little
ladybird?
Baby ladybird, I think.
That's really cute.
There you are.
I love it. I love it. So again, you get everything in there for $12.99. Would these be a good kit for a beginner?
No reason why not. No,
Yeah.
It's only cross-stitch on linen.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if you've not worked on linen before, you just have to get your mind into the crossing over two threads. That's all it is. It's
Yeah.
two threads instead of one square. No
You've
reason
shown
why
us
not.
lots of times before. It's very, very straightforward. They're absolutely brilliant price point, aren't they? If you're brand new to this hobby, Jane learnt to sew cross-stitch on linen.
I did. Absolutely, I did.
Didn't know Ada existed.
Didn't know Ada. And the girlfriend who showed me, she'd just finished a reproduction sampler from Holland, and it was about, I'm going to say about so big by so big, and it was on the back of her sort of sofa, like an antimacassar used to be. And I thought, oh, that's lovely, you're going to frame it? She said, no, it's got another alphabet to go on yet. And I'm looking for the transfer. You know, this is 1983. And of course it was counted, and I didn't know what she was talking about. So she showed me, and I stayed there, and we had lunch together, and I stitched
Oh,
a
that's how you
strawberry.
learned.
And actually, I do try to find the strawberry. I think it went missing in my navy blue coat, because I had it, the little strawberry I worked badly. I mean, it wasn't special at all. It was in a little gilt frame, and it was in my coat pocket because I'd taken it to a talk,
Right.
and then my coat went missing.
Oh.
And I think it was in the pocket.
Oh.
I think it was in the pocket. So my first piece of stitching I don't have. I'm going to get in amongst it.
Well, I'm just going to open it up, because I just want everyone to see what's inside. I'm having to use some pinking shears, Jane.
Yeah,
It's
well,
not
that's fine,
ideal,
actually.
but I don't want to even suggest that I use a pair of your embroidery scissors for cutting through
There you go.
the bag.
There you go. All right.
There we go. I'll let you do it.
There you go.
Because you get everything you need in this kit, including the tape measure, all of your threads, full instructions. You get black and white and colour. Love that. So look, you get your chart, both black and white and colour. So symbols and colour, depending on how you like to work. It's also, I think, quite reassuring to be able to see the
what you're
colours.
doing,
Yeah.
absolutely. And
Then full instruction on how to work cross stitch. So yes, it is good for beginners. Full instructions for how to make up the tape cover.
threads in a bundle, and here's your sort them out card.
Great.
There's the linen band that goes round the edge of the tape measure
Yeah.
and makes a little tiny turny bit just to go on the end,
Yeah.
very simply. a wrap needle, a piece of warm natural, and 2 pieces of beautiful linen. Just
Oh
feel-
yeah, that is gorgeous.
Oh, you smell that? That still smells of ground, nature,
Yeah.
not starch.
Do you know, I
doesn't
was
it?
having this conversation with our buyers just over a week ago about how things have a natural smell to them. And we sometimes get a bit, we live in such a, you know, plug-in aerosol world,
Yes,
don't we?
yes.
Scented world, that we lose touch with the fact that things have a smell of their own.
Yes, and linen certainly does. This is
Gorgeous.
lovely. Oh,
Oh, I bet you weren't expecting to see me and Jane Greenoff sniffing
Sniffing
linen
things.
this morning, were you? Honestly, Jane.
there's no glue involved, I promise.
Isn't there? It's all stitched together. Good, absolutely lovely. It's beautiful. The stocks are dwindling. If you want the ladybird cover, be quick, won't you? Do you remember when we had the plague of ladybirds? Was it about 1976 when we had that really hot summer?
Oh, and there were a lot, weren't there?
And there were
We weren't.
thousands.
And that actually, you don't like having. I'm not very good at insects.
They bite.
They do.
Ladybirds
the
bite.
flying beetly things really bother me. You know, if I leave the window open.
Oh yes.
There
That's
we
why I
go.
like stitched things. You know, stitched flowers I can't kill.
There
You know what I mean? They don't fade. And stitched insects, I can admire their beauty without worrying that they're crawling over my sponge cake. It's a lovely sized project as well if you're travelling, if you've got holidays,
Yes.
time in hospital, or just, you know, those empty moments where you want something to fill that time in, something mindful and
Nice to
lovely.
give as a gift, or nice to stitch and give as a gift.
Yeah, really
You know, Either
nice.
of those would be nice,
Yeah,
wouldn't they? I'd certainly
yeah.
love to get it.
Oh, a very precious gift.
Lovely, 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 lovely.
Talking of beautiful, actually, we have a pansy kit as well. So this is same idea. So again, you've got that gorgeous tape measure, retractable. You've got the button in there. So pull the tape measure, do your measuring, squeeze the trigger, and away it goes. Pansy worked on both sides. Also love how you've worked the thread
Yes,
through
that's
the
an
band.
option. Yes, you don't have to do that, but that is an option with that linen band, is you could dress it, you could put a contrasting colour or the one.
Can I do that with any of them?
Yes, absolutely.
You get everything you need. Needle, the tape measure itself, the linen band, the linen,
Yes.
wadding, all your threads, a thread sorter, your chart is in colour and in symbols, full instructions on how to work cross stitch and on linen, all included. It's absolutely brilliant for £12.99. You know, I'd say it again, I do think that embroidery cross stitch is one of the most low cost hobbies there is. And also because you spend a lot of time working on even a small project, takes a good while.
It does take time. That's one of the reasons I think it's ever so important that we use good quality fabrics. There are cheaper varieties of the linen and the Asia fabrics out there, and we don't use any of them because we want it straight, we want it to be even weave, we want it to last you years. I mean, when Bill and I went to, I'm going to say Turkey, and it wasn't Turkey, but it'll come back to me in a minute, went to a place. We went to a museum where there was a whole Egyptian collection of stuff, and there was linen
Egypt?
from it wasn't Egypt. We've never been to Egypt. This is what fucks me. I'm trying to think where it was. It'll come back to me. Anyway, the linen that came out of the pyramids is still perfect. Piles and piles of it. So linen has really long staying power. One of the reasons I like it. Ada is generally made of cotton, and we don't buy polyester and cotton anymore, polyester mixtures anymore because they're petrol based.
Right.
So all my husband's shirts are cotton because you can grow it,
Yes.
and people earn money growing it.
Yeah, I like
and
that.
you know the whole thing where it isn't from petrol, so
like
we
that.
don't use any of the man-made content anymore.
Gorgeous, gorgeous project there. Really lovely thing to make. Now, gorgeous. Right, now, summer what bow? This is called Secret Garden. Is it? No, sorry, you've named it Secret Garden.
Summer garden, yes.
Summer Garden.
It's a little three-sided figure, again, little pincushion with a pair of scissors, part of a series. You've seen the others. We've had them on air before. There may be some of the other seasons left on the...
Is that a
Sewing
garden
Street.
swing?
It is a garden swing.
Lovely.
Rose arch and garden swing. So you stitch this in 3 simple squares, and then I show you how to make it up after the event. And we've got a kit here somewhere, or maybe we haven't.
So beautiful. I don't think we've got the kit, Jane. Should have. Okay, let me have a
ferret.
look. I'll have a look.
Let me undo the scissors so you can see. The scissors are on a twisted cord. Or in this case, off the twisted cord. No?
No, unless it's mixed in with these, which I don't believe it is.
So basically you're going to work 3 sides of the square,
Okay.
and then you're going to put it together. Isn't it sweet? And as I said, it's part of a series. This loop has just come off the scissors, so I'll put it
You
back
get the
on.
scissors included?
In this one you do,
You
yes.
do, for $15.99, that's brill. And the what bow's larger than a lot of the other ones you
It
do.
is, this is a bigger one.
You get
yes.
a lot of detail in the stitching, don't you? You've got that garden swing. That does remind me of the Secret Garden, of course. And then you've also got the hollyhocks. I
know,
love the
isn't that
stitch
sweet?
that the hollyhocks are made
So that's
out
just
of.
little buttonhole wheels.
Very clever.
So the basics of the design are still counted, but there's a few extra bits. And there's all the instructions in the pack.
It's absolutely delightful.
So sweet.
Really, really delightful. You've got, again, both charts, both black and white and colour. There's the garden swing. You get all your threads, you get your needle, look, lavender, hollyhocks. You get linen. You get the scissors are included. We also get taught in the pattern how to make the twisted cord,
Of course.
as well. How to make the what bow up. We just need to add a bit of our own wadding.
Yes,
Bit of toy
exactly.
stuffing.
Yes, bit of
something like
stuffing.
that. It's gorgeous, absolutely lovely thing. And again, as Jane said, gorgeous to give as a gift, as a kit, but also gorgeous. You'll have a wonderful time making this, and then to gift the finished thing. I would feel
Thrilled to bits.
so lucky
Yes,
if somebody's,
yes.
because it's so precious, so beautiful, and it's the kind of thing that you keep and use and cherish forever. And you'll always think of the person that stitched it, or the time you stitched it, when you use these things,
Yes.
don't you?
Anybody can just buy something, can't they?
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Make something.
Do you find, I mean, obviously you've made so many things over the years, but you must as well, when you pick certain things, remember the trip, the
Yes,
time you
yes.
stitched.
Yes, absolutely. And when people have sent me stitch things, at one point, the Cross Stitch Guild members, a whole group of them got together and they stitched me individual squares, which they put on a screen, a three-fold screen. And it was just wonderful. Everyone had their own idea of what they were going to put on the squares. I'm just going to mention
So
this
lovely.
because in the stitch book, although these instructions are actually in the little summer what bow, you can see that when you stitch one of these what bows, you stitch 3 like that, and it's the folding that gives you this unusual shape.
So we don't have to stitch 3 separate squares.
No, I did the
But
first
who do
time.
that?
I did the first time. I can't believe I did
I
that.
know you did. Larry from Cambridge says, morning both.
Morning.
I've never tried cross stitch on linen.
Aha.
These little kits are great for a first attempt and very beautiful.
Thank you very much.
I think you'd agree
dear.
with that too, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
It's a great opportunity.
This-
We will just mention, shall we, the stitch book while we're here. A what bow was one of the first Jane Greenoff kits I did. I love it as I can always find my scissors. Great book too, says Susie. Ah, Susie
Thanks,
Duncan
Susie.
in Worcestershire.
Hello, Susie. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, the stitch book happened by accident, really. I had a book called The Cross Stitcher's Bible, which was published in 2000, and it was a great success and went into 10 languages.
Amazing.
Did you know my name is translated? I'm Jane
Your
Greenoff.
Oh, really?
And William is Billovy.
Billovy. Do you sometimes call him that?
That's not what I usually call him. Anyway, actually, I call him William. If he's in trouble, it's William.
Oh, gosh, really?
Anyway,
William.
So the book was reprinted.
Can you imagine Jane
and
when
I've-
she's cross, she'd be quaking in your boots.
Shush. Shush. Rubbish.
Don't call me Stuart. We do call me Stuart all the time.
Anyway, when the book was out of print for longer, the second edition was out of print. And I was actually about to stitch, those of you who watched me this morning, I was about to stitch the hem around the pages of a book, ready to cut it off. And I was, you know, I can't remember how do I, and I wanted a quick reference guide to that stitch. I didn't want to go through an encyclopedia of embroidery. I just wanted that stitch. I thought what we need is a stitch book, which is how this happened. This is the 4th, well actually it's the 5th edition. It says 4th, but it is actually the 5th edition because we've just reprinted and we went through and found a few things where we could do slightly better.
Okay.
We haven't added stitches
So
this
it's
time.
tweaked.
It's been tweaked. That's a very
So it's
good
like a
thing.
stitch Bible, I suppose, or a sort of a handy reference, a dictionary of stitches.
Yes, and it's in alphabetical order. Plus, there are, when members get together at weekends and things, CSG members, sorry, they always say, oh, by the way, if you reprint a stitch book, could you put a so-and-so stitch in? And so that's how the books developed, because of people asking questions. And making up a what bow and a biscornu were two of the things they wanted.
And you get that in the book.
You get that.
I love as well, the illustrations are superb.
This is a lovely man called Ethan Danielson. He's a graphic designer.
I mean, the way you've got the actual threads of the fabric
It's essential.
shown.
It's essential. My first stitch book, all those years ago, didn't have the fabric. So you didn't know where the needle was going. And if you're doing some of the more complex stitches, you need the fabric to show as well. I
Or
have
if
to
you're
tell
an
you,
absolute beginner, you need the
yes,
fabric.
you need to be able to
It's
see
so
where your
helpful.
needle's going under 1 or 2
Yeah.
or 3. So Ethan, who is still doing graphic work for the Cross Stitch Guild all these years later, his other job at the moment is redrawing Grey's Anatomy.
Oh my goodness.
And he says it's the 5th or 6th time.
Wow.
And he says he wonders how they keep finding different bits of the same. He must have drawn a pancreas a few times.
Lovely. I've never drawn a pancreas, but it doesn't mean I won't.
Anyway,
No, a friend of mine specialises in horse anatomy
Oh, well, same
illustrations.
things then, yeah.
So she, but she only does horses, and she does all of the books and guides for like veterinary nurses, veterinary
Sure,
university, that kind of thing. And she's done lots, and yeah, really
and they've got to be
specialist stuff.
right.
Got to be right, and we need it as much and deserve it as much in sewing,
Yeah.
knitting, crafting, don't we?
Absolutely.
Absolutely superb book. Everybody needs that book. Everybody needs it. It's so useful just to have that ready kind of dictionary of stitch that you can just, oh, how do you work a
So-and-so.
flip it open and
Absolutely,
it's there.
absolutely.
You've got some lovely samples of your own things that you were going to show us in this
Oh,
hour.
well, I just wanted a bit of nonsense, really.
Love a bit
You
of
know,
nonsense.
you know, I said I see things in squares. I bought this at auction, and it's been taken out of a book. This is how it came. It's probably German, but these little squared off designs, which I fell on,
Oh, I love
right?
these.
These were in the cocoa packets in 1920. Because you know, like cigarette cards were in obviously cigarettes.
Yes.
What was it? Brooke Bond had little cards in tea as well, I think.
In the, what sort of time are we talking?
Oh heavens, Second War probably.
No, I don't remember that, Jane.
Wretched boy. Anyway. So isn't it fun?
Oh, these are lovely.
Isn't it fun?
Oh, Bleeding Hearts.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, they're quite stylised. but
Yes.
This is all done, and of course they're all stitchable. Look.
Rather lovely.
Look at that.
The borders are gorgeous.
So that
Yes.
was one thing. The other, this is something you can't have.
No.
This is something you can't have.
Lord.
Now, this is my frame. It's an upholstered one. When I need one. So this, yesterday, was the outline of a sheep. And I cross-stitched his head and his feet. And these are all knots.
French knots.
No, colonial knots.
Colonial. Tell me the difference.
I think it's easier. It's in the book, how to do it. And if we've time in a minute, I'll show you one here.
I might just buy the book, Jane, and then I've got them both. Have I got How to Do French Knots and Colonial Knots?
Yes,
And I go,
you
well,
have.
then I'll just buy the book. We don't have a project for the little sheep. I think it's just really nice to see what you're working on.
Yet,
It's just nice. Can we recap the stitch book, please?
of course.
Thank you. The stitch book by Jane Greenoff. I say this
just
a lot. I'm
thought-
going to say it again.
and look,
If
there's a-
you're
there's a
going
good
to
advert for it.
learn from the best. Learn from the expert who you know and trust. The cross stitch. What have you done?
I've just broken it.
Oh, Jane.
That's the first one I've ever broken. Please note that.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance that actually didn't get done properly when it was. There we are. Colonial
There's
knot.
the colonial knot.
Undersea.
So, okay, I'm just looking.
So I think colonial knots are easier than French knots, actually. So
Oh, is there like a twist in it?
I'll just show you in a second.
Oh, great.
If we just recap on everything else.
Yeah, definitely. $13.99 for the book. I'm just going to do a little bit of recapping. Now I've got some gorgeous cross-stitch and hardanger seasonal tiles. Now I don't have the kits here. We've got them.
They're
We're
on
going to
the
start with
website.
autumn because I think we've all fallen in love today with hardanger. And I'm just going
I'm
to
going
pop
to
this.
pop
Oh, well done, thank you.
I think it's that way up. Hang on.
Yes,
It is.
that's it.
That's
Yep.
the way up. So there's a little bit of hardanger in the corner.
Yes.
And if you didn't want to do that, you could do another flower.
I want
mean,
to
it's
do
not-
hardanger.
Yes, I know you do.
It's gorgeous.
So that's different stitches on there. So these tiles are a bit more challenging. Only available on linen because of the challenge, and available on the Sewing Street website.
Absolutely
you'd like to see them.
gorgeous. It's a little kit. You get the linen, you get the pre-sorted cottons, you get your space-dyed cottons as well, those
For this
special
bit.
hand-dyed for the hardanger. You also get a needle. You get your charts, your full instructions as well. So, you know, you're not left to your own devices. You don't need to buy the stitch
Anything
book.
else.
You don't need to buy the hardanger book. However, those are two resources that I really think every stitcher needs. But standalone, $11.99, I've literally got 4 kits left for autumn. Autumn's my favourite season, Jane.
Yes, it's a very favourite of mine, actually.
It's just the colours, the feel, the...
Yes, I like it too, very much.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Winter next.
In your hand.
This is the winter here. This is very lovely. Icy blues.
Same principle again, so quite a lot of techniques needed. There's space-dyed thread in here. There's a little hardanger section.
This is the space dyed as well,
Yes,
isn't it?
yes,
and in the
that's right.
border, it's
Yes.
lovely. Lots of different stitches in these projects as well, aren't there?
Yes, the original one was the one that's just coming, summer, if that's it, yes. Summer was the one that was done first as a class. So this is where we did it as a cross-stitch gear weekend. I did one season as a class. It must have been a summer season, obviously. And of course, the demand was for the rest of the
Yeah,
season.
where's the rest of the year, please?
Yes, where's the
Thanks,
rest of the year?
Jane.
Thanks, darling.
So let's do summer. Oh, you want spring?
Where's
Of course.
Here we go.
Yep. Winter, spring, summer, or fall.
And again, a little
Do
winter
us
section.
call.
Again,
Sorry,
different
Jane.
stitches.
This is different hardanger.
Yes,
So is it different
principles
in
are
each
same.
of the 4?
Yes, it's different in each one, but you still do the same thing with the
Yep.
cluster blocks.
You create tunnels.
And that's right, tunnels and
learning.
ends that you can cut.
Yeah. It's beautiful. So delicate. And again, some hand-dyed thread in there.
Yes,
Lovely, isn't it? $12.99. I can't believe the price of these. I've got 2 of these left. Just 2. And then summer. Now, summer I love too because those colours are stunning.
super?
Yeah,
And
really
then
lovely.
Space dyed thread again for the different little bits there. Take a little bit longer than you think for the size because of all the different stitches you're
sure.
learning. But great fun all the
That's
same.
the point, though, isn't it, Jane? I don't think none of us make these things because we need a picture.
No, I can remember a young man actually said to me once, why don't you do it all on a machine? Well, obviously, lots of you guys use sewing machines, and I do too.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a sewing machine, and it's been out recently. But this sort of thing is the time-occupying process, isn't it? It's why you're doing
It's the
it.
process. We love the process.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's a transformative process, isn't it? From thread and just plain
Piles
fabric.
of stuff And then you
into
end up with that.
something- Yeah. Absolutely beautiful. So much a part of our heritage, but also I just love how you're bringing everything into the present and the future as well. Very, very lovely. Look gorgeous, made up into frames, don't they? But you could also use these as the top of a
box or something. That would make a lovely box top, wouldn't it?
Really nice. You might like to treat yourself to Heavenly Hardanger, which is a beautiful book by Jane, ring bound again. It is a workbook, isn't it? As soon as I see that ring binder, I think it's very practical. It's a workbook.
My Cross Stitches Bible, when it was first published, was ring bound. Now it's not, it's perfect bound. And of course, as you open it, you break the spine.
Yeah.
So this is just so nice when you're working from it.
This is Hardanger demystified, because I've always looked at Hardanger and thought it looked terribly complicated
really
and like I would need like magnificent needlework skills. You've demystified it this morning for me.
Count to 4. That's all you've got to be able to do is count to 4. And as I said, you've got
4 stitches worked over 5 holes. No, 5 stitches worked over 4 threads.
Yes, 4 threads.
4
Count
threads.
threads. I'm always ticking magazines off that refer to holes to the inch, HPI. Holes to the inch is wrong. If you're doing counting needlework, it's the threads you're counting, not the holes. So we've got making and finishing in the back, of course, how to make a scissor key.
Lots of projects in this book. Yes, it's got all of the instruction. It shows you how to do the basic stitches. And once you've got that, you've got it, haven't you?
Yes.
And then lots of lovely projects, including an etui and a scissor fob. You've got the Watbow.
The sweetie
You've
bag.
also got the sweetie bag. You've also got the... what's it called? Biscornu, thank you.
Gherkin.
The gherkin.
He couldn't get it right.
You've got a
this morning.
gherkin.
We've had such trouble with this morning, haven't we?
That's the thing with me, Jo. If I learn something wrong, I've learnt it and that's it. It'll be a gherkin forever. Now let's talk pocket poses, because we've been looking this today at the August tile, and this year it's all about tiles, but last year it was all about pockets.
Yes.
And we have got the pockets. These are all worked on linen.
Yes.
We don't have all of the seasons available, but as we said about the tiles, you can pick your month. We'll start with January. We're going to put the details up on screen for the months as we go through. 17 items. What are they? What do they do?
They're what you want them to be. It's a piece of linen band, so there are no selvages to worry about. You just finish top and the hem just there. One person worked for every one and had a little wooden frame made for them with hooks as a wedding present, and the bride and groom have it in their hall with the car keys and the post and things in. Other people have just worked individual ones. Not everybody's worked them as a pocket. Of course, you can work that plus that on the same side, because at the moment you obviously have got some of it on one side and some of it on the other. So yes.
Beautifully put together kits. I'll just quickly run through. You've got your linen band. That's the wide linen band. So this is a selvage rather than seamed. You've got your little band.
For that.
You've got your buttons. All of your threads, of course. You've also got fabric to line. Is that faux silk?
They vary, yes.
You've got that to line the pocket. You've also got your colour and a black and white chart and full instructions. And each of the months celebrates a house and a flower, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
So you've a place and a gorgeous floral motif. They really are things of beauty. This is January. I've literally got 5 of those kits left. So that's January. Let's do February next. So, of course, you've got a little romantic. A heart for Valentine.
Absolutely.
Are you a romantic person?
I think I probably am.
Absolutely. We've got snowdrops. We've got this gorgeous country manor. Very beautiful. I'm thinking perhaps a cedar tree. It's wrong shape. No, a Christmas tree.
Christmas-ish tree.
Yes,
Fir tree. Fir
tree. A fir tree. Again, you get everything in there. It's worked on linen. You see you've got some faux silk to line the pocket, all your threads, your buttons, everything.
Lovely.
These actually would be lovely. You could make a base quilt and then hang this on for the month. It could be like a perpetual calendar.
It could be a perpetual
couldn't it?
calendar, absolutely.
So that's February. Let's do March next. These are all the things we have stock of. We've got the daffodil, a rather lovely, is this a watermill?
It's actually a barn in
Oh,
a place
barn.
called Cold St Aldwyn.
So this really
in Gloucester.
exists?
It does.
Oh, beautiful. Love that. The spring-like colours. Don't forget, you've got charts then that you can use again and again.
Of course.
This motif, this little corner on a napkin.
Absolutely. Use them
Lovely.
over and over.
That's the March kit. Again, you've got everything in there. Beautiful. This is your lining fabric. The colours are just what you need in March.
Perfect.
I don't think it's a coincidence that March, even though there isn't a lot of sunshine, there are a lot of yellow flowers.
Yes, lots of
What's that all
bright things
about?
happening.
There are. April next. Is this Love in a Mist?
It is.
Love in a Mist. And you've also got this gorgeous thatched cottage. Oh, when I was a child, I always wanted to live in a thatched cottage. And now I just think bonfire night and rats.
Yes.
But I'm sure, I'm not saying they are, but
No,
that's what I
no.
worry.
No, the
My old
romance
head-
of one is
Yes.
one thing. Did you know
Yes.
that thatched cottages don't have gutters?
Oh.
You know the gutters
Yes,
that
makes
run around,
sense.
right?
Yeah.
So when it rains, the rain comes off a thatched cottage
Yep.
as a sheet
Just a
of
sheet.
water.
Lovely.
I
Nice
didn't
if you're
know that.
waiting outside to be let in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. That is April. Next, we've got May. Do we have stock of May? Yep, lovely. Hellebores? No, blossoms.
Blossoms.
Blossoms. Beautiful. Lovely May blossom. Beautiful. Love the little picket fence. It's very cute. This would be lovely actually to work as a new home. You could leave May
Yes,
off,
of course.
couldn't you?
Because it's counted and there's no printing, you can do your own thing.
Yeah.
This is the last time out for them on Sewing Street, but the
Jane said.
well, yes, they're obviously available. They will be available next year through the Cross Stitch Guild for a limited period. So any of you who pick it up now, you can still be able to get them all.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But as I said, this is its last visit to Sewing Street for the
Understood.
pockets.
Remember, you get that lovely linen band.
Yes.
So this is a selvage down each side. You're not having to hem these edges. Beautifully neat. You've got the little sort of linen ribbon, really,
Yes,
to
yes,
make the
yes.
hanging loop.
It is even weave. You can do a cross stitch over one on that if you chose to. Bit eccentric.
No, but you could do almost like a little running stitch or
Yes,
something along there,
absolutely.
just to add a little bit of colour. Everything you need anyway. That's May. June.
Yep.
June. Beautiful pink roses.
My house,
Oh, this is your house. Your boudoir.
my boudoir.
Lovely. Love the little balcony. Is it a Juliet or?
Not quite. It's an early Juliet.
Okay.
I have
Stepped
spoken
on
out of it
Have you?
a couple of times.
It's more oration, isn't it, from a
Yeah,
Juliet balcony rather than speaking?
Oh dear.
Does Bill just stand at the bottom waiting for instruction and you come out and say, these are your jobs? William?
No, he doesn't. He absolutely doesn't.
It's absolutely gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. I love that rose motif. So pretty. We need to do July because this is absolutely fab. Let's go to the beach. The starfish, the shells, that gorgeous little beach hut. Again, you don't have to work July. This could be something, if you're lucky enough to have a holiday home, make this and hang it up.
gosh.
That's where you could keep the keys.
Yes, where you keep the keys, absolutely.
Or a little note, these could be seasonal. You know, don't forget, and pop a little note in. On the back, this is your work. This is your little hem that you'll work down the back. Just slip stitch.
Yes, just
Yeah,
stitch.
just easy skills. Again, you get absolutely everything in there. I love the fact that you've sort of teamed the colour
Where
of the
we
lining.
can, yes, make it. This is actually so you don't actually rip your stitches on the back when you're throwing the car keys in.
Nice. Very nicely thought out. Next up, August. Oh, now this house is a little bit of me. Very, very pretty. Poppies, of course, in August. You've got your poppy fields. I love actually how you've interpreted the flower and the motifs in different ways.
We're trying to, and incorporating, so things would work together, you know? You can imagine that it was quite a task at the beginning of the year to get this all sorted.
Oh,
We were pleased with
absolutely
it.
massive. Absolutely massive. But then something that you've got to dip in and out of. And if you've a favourite month or a special month, you could just get that.
And there's September with a
September.
hayrick and a
Of
sunflower look.
course. That's lovely.
Well, we were very startled. We've just done a weekend up in Leeds with ladies in June, and one of our members hadn't done these, and she bought all 12. So she's going to do, you know, I don't know what she's
Gorgeous.
going to do with them. She may make them into something different, but yes, very exciting. It's lovely. to see
Lovely.
them.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to see what you're doing with your stitched pockets.
Yes, send us pictures. We haven't had pictures this time,
That's
have
gorgeous.
we?
It's quite a grand house.
It is
this,
a grand house, isn't it? I don't know where that one was. It might have been Jevington Manor in Sussex. I
Lovely.
collect house pictures.
Oh, do you?
Yes, I mean, if I go anywhere, I take pictures of houses.
And then when you're translating that into a cross-stitch pattern, is it sort of like square by square, or is it a computer program that kind of pixelates everything? Or
No. I once scanned something into my computer. I do have a cross-stitch design program. It's called iStitch, and it will do everything I need it to do if I ask it the right question.
Okay.
I scanned something once. I was in my little office at Pink's Barn way back, and my husband came in and said, "Oh, that's ever so nice. Did you scan it?" I went, "Yes." Put it
Interesting
in
you
the
should
bin.
ask that question.
It went in the bin. Went in the bin. I can't scan things that aren't my copyright and use them, obviously, because I break the law. Plus the fact, so the answer to your question is, if I have a house that years ago, have I got time? Yes.
Oh, wow.
Okay, years ago, by mistake, while I was at Liberty selling to the buyer, she said, what we should do is a sampler for everybody out there for them to work their house. And I said, righto. Anyway, that sort of developed. So I produced a drawing, which was reproduced, printed, which basically had an alphabet, a border, 2 trees, a little garland where you could put your house name, room for dates, and a space for houses. And I was to go to Liberty and sit there at a table entertaining people, saying to them, why don't I do your house for you?
Okay.
Well, you can imagine how many people carry a picture of the house round with them. Anyway, what I didn't know was Lucia Vanderpost rang me from the Financial Times. On Friday evening, I had my son in a high chair, eggy soldiers, la la la, pick the phone up. Hello, Lucia Vanderpost here. And I said, oh yes, very funny. I'm a very busy woman, Mrs. Greenoff. I can ask someone else if you'd prefer. And I said, right, sorry. I thought it was someone playing a prank.
Okay.
Well, it isn't. I understand you're offering a service of doing a sampler for people. We'd love our readers to have this opportunity.
Okay.
How do they get it, you see? Well, at 8:30 the following morning, the phone started ringing. At 11 o'clock, we went out. And we did houses, castles, palaces.
So you translated them into charts?
Yes. So
Sounds
what
like
I
a
did,
nightmare.
so when you look at this, if you make this bigger, I'd put the house on first, and then the colours in the house would be in the border and the writing. My husband can centre a word by eye,
Yeah.
so he did the names and the dates,
Uh-huh.
and the spare bed was there, and we had, I don't know, hundreds of these to do. And they got sent out as a kit on linen with the
I hope you
threads.
charged a fortune. It sounds, I mean, so bespoke.
It was £40 a pop.
Oh,
Anyway, I'm on the bed resting between houses while Bill's doing dates.
just a day bed or a chaise?
No, this was the single bed in the spare
Just
room.
lugged an old single bed. Mattress
And
on the floor.
he suddenly
Jane
says,
sprawled on
good
it.
grief, look. And it was Alan Wicker. Can any of you remember Alan
Alan Wicker, of course.
He was lying on a lilo in front of the house
Stop
with
it,
a glass.
it was his house.
Yes.
Alan
Anyway.
Wicker in cross stitch, imagine.
So-
Anyway, October.
Sorry.
Jane,
Sorry.
we must rein you in. Blackberries, of course.
Yes.
Brambles.
And
Brambles.
a little birdhouse.
Absolutely gorgeous. And of course, our nation's most beloved bird. Right, November. We don't have December, by the way. I'm just going to say that now. We don't have December. Get rid of it. We've got cyclamen. We've got the gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now, you mentioned about doing houses, doing castles. You actually then produced a book
I did.
called Cottages,
You can
Castles.
see why I
and
collect houses, can't you?
Certainly can. Well, they're a beloved image in cross stitch,
course
aren't
they are.
they? I'm going to open this up so we can have a look through.
Yes, go and have a look. Yes, if you look at antique samplers, when you see them in venues, museums,
Yeah.
often they were a child who did the sampler, and a house or a school or a church or an orphanage even
Yes.
might well be the centrepiece of that sampler. So this is a taste of all that. It's a motif library.
100, in fact.
Yes.
100 motifs.
There's young Andrea, the
Yes.
boss, and the old girl,
Absolutely.
and the colour key.
And which threads do you favour?
I use Madeira.
Madeira. But have you got a conversion for
Yes,
things like
well,
DMC, Anchor,
I
that
think
kind of-
these are done in both.
Yes, lovely.
No, this
No.
is done in. This is done in Madeira.
Oh, you can get them online, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. I love these motif books because you can create your own thing then, can't you? You can use different alphabets, you can use the band patterns as well. Look, even a little post box and a birdhouse.
I think motif stitchers love motif, but I mean I collect them. You know, it's just like the funny one I showed you from the cocoa packets.
Oh,
That's
for
a
sure.
motif library, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Gorgeous.
I'll take care of that.
£7.99. Again, it's nothing, isn't it? You're getting 100. That's like 8 pence
Yes.
per motif.
Oh, I must charge more.
I mean, really, you know. Anyway, next up, we've got the Flowers for All Seasons collection. This is going to be very, very popular. I've got less than 20 of these books available, and these are all your beautiful floral motifs, which I think we can all agree are exceptional.
And the point of these books, although I've put a colour key in for you, I've also put a colour name. And the idea was that you can use your stash, your odds and ends of threads.
Yes.
Because you don't need a skein of anything to do these patterns. There's lots of scope here for you to use the greens you've got. And I mean, if I've used 3 greens, you choose 3 you like and put them together. And one tip I would always say to you is that if you're choosing threads, it's really a good idea to have the fabric you're going to use underneath what you're choosing and daylight. Because I've stitched a whole roof in dark green by mistake in electric light. I had to unpick it all. And actually, the colour of the fabric will really change how your embroidery looks.
Yes,
With the
how
same
the colours
threads.
look.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So if you've got your fabric, or if you're not sure which fabric you want to use and you've got a choice, put the threads on. And I always do that. When I've designed something, I will get the fabrics out and I'll lay the first ever organised thread card, and I'll go through the fabrics that we use and choose the one that looks the best. And it's not always what I expect.
No, absolutely. I find that too when I'm choosing colours for quilts.
Of course you
have to
do.
think of
Of
your
course you do.
background. You have to think of how they blend with each other, because something that looks light up against something which is very light suddenly looks medium or dark.
Or dirty.
Or dirty.
You have to sort of play with the...
Absolutely. Those books are going to sell out. If you want to get either the floral motifs, you get over 140 motifs, over 100. So we're looking at somewhere in the region of 240 motifs for under £20. Under £16, in fact.
Yes, yeah,
Fabulous,
marvellous.
if you buy both. Brilliant. Now, we've got some needles. They're actually shown in the front of the books. It's your fabulous set
The
called Pluperfect?
Yes, it's the Pluperfect
It's this
set.
one right here, the Pluperfect.
That's right.
Tell us about the Pluperfect collection.
So this is the second big collection that we've ever made, and the addition was the curved needle, and that was added because we make a few decorative boxes now, and the curved needle is quite useful for finishing and making up. The rest of the needles, it gives you a beading needle, a sharp. Remember, most of the needles you use for cross stitch are blunt because you're parting threads, not piercing fabric. So you want blunt needles. So there's a beading needle, a sharp needle for making up purposes. There's a size 22, which is for your hardanger thread, making those blocks. And the rest of the needles, so on the screen, they're the ones that look to the bottom right of the picture, and that's 2 24s, 2 26s and 2 28s. The 28 is really for one strand of thread only for your outlining. If you force two strands in, you might break the eye. They're gold plated to 2 microns of gold, and if you strip the gold off them and you prove the purchase, we'll replace them.
Isn't that the same amount of gold that's on the trigger pin of a hand grenade?
Yes. Yes, that's how I chose how much to have. Because when the man asked me how much gold I wanted, I had no idea. I mean, how would you know? How many times have you ordered gold?
You're like, military grade, that's what I want.
I want something that isn't going to wear off. He said, oh, well, the MOD has 2 microns on detonators for grenades. I said, that's what I want.
Good enough to take to war. Jane, you're a legend. Right, let's move on. We've got these fabulous Watbo hanging decorations. Now, you could put these on a pair of scissors, but you could equally hang them on the Christmas tree or on a little bare branch.
Yes. Yes.
Wouldn't that be lovely? You get, in the kits, you get everything to make 2. And you've got the sort of pinky and red rose, and you've got the white rose as well.
Yes, like a hellebore. Lovely, like a Christmas rose.
Yes, a Christmas rose, that hellebore.
These are part of our Christmas trimming range.
Gorgeous. Do you get the beads?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And you make the tassel and the twisted cord.
And you learn how to make the tassel and twisted cord.
I tell you how to do it. Yeah,
great.
absolutely.
And these little beads, look.
Yes.
There's your cord, just add a little bit of stuffing.
Yes.
So absolutely exquisite, aren't they? Again, these beautiful little heirlooms. I would put these on chunky old keys.
Yes, lovely on old keys. Yes, smashing.
Got an old bureau, Georgian bureau, that they would go beautifully
Perfectly.
just in the key, in the door. Lovely, lovely things. And they don't take long to make. Are these on linen?
Yes, they are on linen.
They're on linen.
And I can make one in an evening. So that's
You've got superpowers
I
though,
haven't got
Jane.
superpowers at all. It doesn't take very long. And they're quite fun, aren't they?
Absolutely
and there's
gorgeous.
a few left over from our Christmas event last month, so that's how they came to be.
And then the other thing that we've got is poinsettia and candle. So I'll show you the candle look. And this image is worked on all 3 sides of the Watbo. You've got your little tassel and your twisted cord. And then you've also got everything to make the poinsettia, which again, absolutely beautiful. Tassel and cord. Look, aren't they lovely? You could also actually, you could hang those off, you know, if you make a Christmas wreath.
Yes.
And you've got the bow, you could hang those off the bottom.
Yes, absolutely.
Tuck a pair of scissors into the wreath and a couple of reels of
Not
cotton.
on a front door. Someone would
No,
steal
somebody
them.
would steal them, Jane. They would. They would.
I like tree decorations that go on for years.
Me too.
I think the tradition, we have a tradition in our house. I've tried a couple of times to have a Ponzi tree. Really, a Ponzi tree.
Okay, tell me more.
Really purple and green, or, well, something really different. My children just throw their hands up in horror and said, no, we have traditional. And my 46-year-old son checks that the dead robin is still on the tree.
Thank you.
The dead robin.
What, that he made when he was 3?
No, he bought it when he was at school from a catalogue for the children.
You can't get rid of the dead robin.
You can't get rid of the dead robin.
You can't. Or the toilet roll angel.
Yes, no.
Yeah,
the
it's
toilet roll
absolutely crushed beyond all recognition.
and it's still on the top of the tree.
On the tree. True, we're all the same, Jane. But I was just going to say, every year when Charlie and I decorate the tree, it takes us longer and longer and longer. Because we're spending more time now reminiscing about
the things in the box.
Remember making
yes.
That's what it's all about. Having these gorgeous little decorations, very giftable as well. Beautiful, beautiful things. Just everything you bring is gorgeous. Now remember, if you've got either of Jane's books, either Heavenly Hardhanger or the Stitch book, do please check out your baskets because we're getting pretty limited on those stocks. I don't want you to miss out.
I've signed them, I promise.
Yeah, they're all signed. They're all signed. Just gorgeous. Jane, thank you so much for today. It's an absolute joy.
Thank you, everybody.
And an educational
See you next month.
Yes, of course, you're back next month with September's tile. This is a change of style now, isn't it? We've had the wreaths.
Yes, this time they're slightly more geometric. Still match in pattern.
Still got that border.
Still got the border, and still the colour schemes work.
I'm
very pleased with them, actually. Very pleased with them.
I love it. Thank you, Jane. See you next month. Now, I'm going to see you after the break. Don't go anywhere, but when you come back, we will be on Yarn Lane. You don't have to change the dial. Stay with us. Juey Jumbo is here. Julie's in the house with some jumbo-size knitting and crochet. It's absolutely gorgeous. We've got some brand new kits and stuff for babies. I'm going to get all gooey. I'll see you after the break.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates, and good luck.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
I hope you're going to join me this Saturday here on Sewing Street. First off, it's the amazing Antares quilt using William Morris fabric, this beautiful feathered star quilt, an absolutely spectacular make and so much easier than you think. And then I've got my brand new quilt pattern Tangled, which is launching this Saturday alongside a beautiful range of fabric from Dan Morris. It's so easy to piece and you're going to make this quilt time and time again. I'll see you this Saturday on Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. I hope you're going to join me this Saturday here on Sewing Street. First off, it's the amazing Antares quilt using William Morris fabric, this beautiful feathered star quilt, an absolutely spectacular make and so much easier than you think. And then I've got my brand new quilt pattern Tangled, which is launching this Saturday alongside a beautiful range of fabric from Dan Morris. It's so easy to piece and you're going to make this quilt time and time again. I'll see you this Saturday on Sewing Street. Hey, it's our final hour and we've moved to Yarn Lane. You didn't have to do anything. We're still here, but we're on Yarn Lane because this hour is all about yarn. Now, before we launch into an hour of Juey Jumbo, I want to mention a fabulous storage bag. I've got fewer than 20 of these left up for grabs. So you need to check out your baskets, please, or you will miss out. You should be paying $59.99 for this fabulous storage bag, but today, $39.99. Wait till I get inside. You won't believe this, Juey. It's absolutely, oh, it's fab. I mean, it's really stylish, gorgeous quilted, sort of faux vinyl leatherette. It's gorgeous cut. It's almost Tiffany blue, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got your handle on the top to carry. You've also got a removable shoulder strap. So if you like it on your shoulder, crossbody, or not at all, and just like this, you can do it. Then undo those zips. You've got a double zip. I always think it's better if there's a double zip. The flap, look, we've got 3 net pockets. I can get a pair of dressmaker's shears in one of those pockets. This could be crochet hooks, this could be your darning needles, this could be your stitch markers or your DPNs. Then, hello lovely. We've got 4 trays in the top, good size trays for things like scissors, rotary cutter, tape measure, all your bits and pieces, your hardware. Inside, you've got your storage box. These trays don't actually impact the storage compartment underneath. 6 inches deep, 10 inches wide. Obviously, these are my bits and bobs that I've put inside. Your bag is empty when it arrives. But also, look at this. Your storage box comes out of the bag. So you can use this independently. You can use this independently. So if you want this as storage that lives on your desk at home, you can do that. If you want to fill this with yarn and take this along to your workshop or to the park or wherever you like to. This could be your sandwiches.
Yes, wouldn't it?
I love it. I love it, Julie. I love it. You're thinking like me. Did you know it's National Sponge Cake Day?
Is it? Oh,
Yes,
where is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Well,
I
exactly.
brought one.
That was my first question. Where is it? Absolutely brilliant. And then, of course, if you're at a workshop or a class, at the end of the day, oh, it's time to pack away. I'm going to keep working to the very last minute of my class because I know it's only going to take me 60 seconds to put all of my work away, all of my toolkit. And while everyone else is still scrabbling around and throwing things into their tote bag, I am walking out the door. I'm away.
And all ready for your next
Fab,
one.
innit?
Yeah, it is, yeah. 'cause I
More
know
in baskets
everything.
than we've got, I'm afraid. We really are down to our last few chances here. Should be $59.99. You're paying $39.99 today. It is absolutely gorgeous. We managed to snaffle some stock. Really, this was done for Hobby Maker, and we said, no, we don't get enough storage here on Yarn Lane or on Sewing Street, and we don't, it's true. We managed to snaffle some stock. You've been absolutely loving this, and I think it's a fabulous piece of kit. Really robust, strong, stylish, and most importantly, useful.
Yes.
Actually useful.
You'd be proud to use it, wouldn't you?
You
as
really,
well?
honestly.
Yeah,
And with all of those trays in there, you can get organised. Take the whole thing to your class, your workshop, or round to your mates, and then literally take the box out or leave it in, open it up, open the trays out, and you're ready to go. You don't have to start fishing around in your
No.
bag for bits and bobs. Love that. Absolutely love that. Please be quick on that. We'll sell out today. I'm taking it away. I'm taking it away, Julie. Anyway, it's important for me to introduce our guest. It's Julie. It's Juey, as we
yeah,
call you.
Juey. Yeah, just everybody calls me Juey.
Juey Jumbo.
Yeah.
Our first time working together.
It is,
Can I
yeah.
just run over for a quick hug?
Of course you can.
Excellent. Hello.
Hello.
Absolutely. I love your outfit, by the way.
Thank you,
Just need
thank
to say
you.
that. Juey Jumbo, you've absolutely caused a storm here on Yarn Lane. We love your chunky, super-sized needles and knitting. Great fun.
Just, yeah. It was just an idea that came to us, me and my dad,
Absolutely
years ago.
love it. We
Yeah.
love it. And we've got some brand new kits from Juey Jumbo today. But we're going to start with a little product, a little tool. And this is so gorgeous, really stylish. It's brand new today. And it's actually a needle case. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to open
twist.
this up. And now, do I have to provide my own needles?
No, they come.
They
You get
come
4
with
different
it?
size needles.
Oh,
Because people kept asking me for big eye needles. You know,
Look.
obviously doing chunky things.
Yes. Love the ones with that bent
Yeah,
end.
with the bend, yeah,
Love
yeah.
that. So different
You've got
sizes
4 different size eyes.
of darning.
Yeah.
Yep.
And lengths.
So for doing your making up
Yeah.
of your crochet, your knitting, really useful. Excuse me. It's beautiful as well. I love the fact that it's wood and got that gorgeous sort of metal, real thing of beauty, isn't it? And quality. Amazing price as well. It's under £10.
Yeah.
I can't believe that, Julie.
I just like, I just love anything like, you know, obviously wood, you know, anything wood. And I
too.
thought, it's just sort of tactile. And I'm forever, these are all things because I need. I'm forever losing my big eye needles.
Totally agree
Yeah,
with you.
yeah.
Totally agree. You
thought
could
it's-
also keep things like your more, thread sewing needles
yeah.
in one of these cases as
So-
well. This is the first time we've had this. It's absolutely lovely.
It holds quite a lot of needles.
You really could.
Yeah, I
but
think I've
also
got
the
about
fact that you get
15.
4 included is superb. Over a quarter of the stock's already gone. I've only just mentioned it. This is brand new. It's the Juey Jumbo Keepsake Wood needle. It's lovely.
It's hard to find a name for it.
Yeah, no, it's great. And the thing is, Julie, we've been talking about storage today,
Yeah.
with the bag, of course, and not enough storage. You've brought us beautiful storage for needles. Beautiful, beautiful storage. But also, of course, you do get your 4 sizes of darning or wool needles.
They're just so hard to find. They seem to be the large eye ones. I get asked all the time.
Yeah.
So I thought, yeah, let's see what we can do.
It's gorgeous. Really, really like that. Very much indeed. You're loving it too. I've got to let you know that we've just got teens left. We've just got teens left. Very giftable as well. Very giftable. Oh, I've 6 left. Please check out your baskets. Brand new today. That is just a lovely thing. And do you know what? I'm going to say it's really lovely to see something made out of wood rather than plastic.
Well, that's it.
It could have
took
been
me
made out of
ages to find them.
plastic.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's a lovely thing. A bit of treen.
Bit of
they
tree.
say.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, I love watching antique programmes.
Me too.
Yeah,
Me
yeah.
too.
Maybe in 100 years' time,
Well,
they'll
and
pop
they
up.
last. They last.
Yes, they do,
Gorgeous.
yeah.
Thing of beauty. Thing of beauty. Right, some of you will miss out. Do check out your baskets. I've got 5 left. Now, I've also got a great big safety pin.
Yes, that's another thing I get asked for. These are all things I've been asked for. So I've started doing bits and bobs, called them the bits and bob department.
Yes, I get that. I get that. So, this is lovely. I love it. I love sort of tiny things, like big things that are made tiny,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
tiny things made big.
That's what I do, yeah.
So tell me, what is this and what do they do?
So that's a stitch holder.
Of course it is.
Yes, it's a stitch holder.
course it
So
is.
obviously, you know, sometimes you have to stop your project and it'll say, leave it aside and put on a holder. That's your stitch holder.
Yes, your stitches on your neck for
Yeah.
your back neck or the
Because
front
we do
neck.
jumbo, we had to do a jumbo pin, you see.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's fab, isn't it? It is. It's great. And for £4.99, it's just one of those lovely things. It's branded as well.
Yeah.
Juey Jumbo Craft Tools. Could I use this as almost like on a shawl or a scarf?
Certainly, if you wanted
pin
to do,
through?
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
well, I think it looks rather lovely. I think it's a
Yeah.
beautiful thing. Would you wear this on a scarf or a shawl at home? What do you think?
Maybe you have a kilt.
Email and let us know on a kilt.
Kilt pin,
I
isn't it?
say, I say. I've never worn one.
Have you not?
No, never.
I think I did when I was at school.
Yes.
Mind you, were attached to a pinafore, I think, you know.
And were the days. Oh, I think that's lovely. £4.99 for that. Again, very giftable, lovely little thing to have. You could also use this actually for storing all of your stitch markers on.
You could, yeah, your
You could put
smaller
all
ones,
your-
couldn't you?
Yeah, you could put loads of stitch markers on there, and again have
Or
that
even
in
your
your
smaller
storage bag.
safety pins.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or your other
yeah.
safety pins.
Or
A
anything
third already
dangles.
checked out. Another third in shopping baskets. Check out, won't you? Now, the needle case has sold out, so just be aware, we are having sellouts already, and we're just a few minutes into the show. Now then, we have got some very special knitting needles. These are limited edition. I'm going to show you them both first. We'll start with the pink. These are 12 millimetre.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Do you know what that equates to number-wise?
I don't think there is a number, actually, you know.
For 12 mil?
No,
Oh,
I
fair
don't think
enough.
there is. I'm not 100%.
Oh.
Some
Now,
may know.
these all have sort of inspirational phrases. You'll get the quote, this quote, your smile is your sword.
That's
Please
my
tell me
favourite
about
ever.
that.
I don't know when it happened, but somebody once said it to me. I think it was my nana said to me, you remember, I think I was sad one day, and she just said, remember, smile. And then she goes, your smile is your sword. That's your defence against anyone. When you smile, you feel better, don't you?
I love that.
And it's always stuck with me, and it's just my favourite phrase.
Yeah, it's really lovely.
you do feel better when you smile, don't you?
You totally do. Fake it till you make it.
Yeah,
Sometimes
but
if
something
you-
happens, doesn't it? I think you do release that dopamine into it or
definitely.
something, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I think it's brilliant. And it's just, they're a lovely thing as well. They feel really gorgeous in your hands. They are a limited edition. So these would be working super chunky yarn.
Yes. So I work with different strands of yarn, so I put together different strands to make it into jumbo. So one strand of super chunky, you can work with the 10s and the 12s.
Got you. Or if I was using things like DK, Aran weight, I could twist yarn together or crochet it together.
Yes. So that's sort of my thing, my theory. You know,
Love
I
it.
put everything together. to
Oh,
make
yes,
thicker yarn.
I've been doing my research.
Oh, thank you, Stuart.
Juey, I've been doing my research.
Oh, we've met a few times with Sandy, haven't we? But
I know we have. We
actually
haven't
done a
worked
show.
together
Yeah.
until now. Your smile is your sword. If you want to grab these, they are a fabulous, fabulous buy. And the also lovely thing about these, they're made of wood. They just feel gorgeous in your hands.
Yeah.
Made by you, Julie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
love that.
Yeah.
So those are the 12 mil. We've also got 10 mil. These are in the blue. And
So they're
these
good for doing your
ones-
rib. You know, your rib. Say you're doing a cardigan
Yes.
or something, you're doing your rib with your 10s and then your main with your 12s.
Got you,
Yeah.
yes. So it's a tighter needle for the rib, of
It
course.
is, yes, of course.
This says, don't look back. You're not going that way. Tell me about that. That's an inspirational phrase.
That just hit right with me one day. I just love inspirational phrases. I have one every morning and I say, but that one just means a lot. I think too many of us look back. Too many of us like, oh, that happened and this is why I'm like this. And it's happened, you know, it happens to us all. And don't look back. Just go forward, you know. You can't change the past, can you?
No.
But you can change what's going to happen to you.
That's
You know,
right.
or you can choose what's going to happen to you.
You really can. One of
So-
my favourites is, today is a gift. That's why it's called the present.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, she'll have to put that on.
Do
won't
put
she?
that on
I
some
will.
needles.
I'm going to gift you some.
Today is a
yes.
gift. That's why it's called the present.
Today is a gift. That's why it's called.
That's a
the present.
goosebump, isn't it?
Well, it is,
That's a
yeah.
goosebump. That's a shiver down your spine. These are the 10 mil Juey Jumbo needles. I mean, lovely as well, just for working something easy like a simple scarf or a snood or a chunky hat. Quick
yeah,
gifts as well.
Well, because I do the jumbo yarns, and people kept sort of saying, "Well, what about your obviously your super chunky? What can you use with that?" So I thought, well, I can design a lot more things when they're a little bit smaller, because you're a bit stuck when you're doing big things. People were asking for sweaters and cardigans and things, which is really hard to design when you're using such large needles, like 25 mil.
Would you say that
Sorry.
super chunky, this is good for a beginner if you want to teach someone to knit?
Yeah.
Chunky, quick results.
Yeah, quick results in your super chunky, which is your bagging packs
You
are
could have
coming
your
up.
hat made in a few afternoons.
Oh, yeah.
Don't look back. You're not going there.
Couple of hours even, an hour a night, couldn't you? By the end of the week, you'll have a hat.
Of course you could.
know,
I'm
that's
just
really
thinking, you know, it's still summer holidays. A lot of people have got grandchildren, children. One of them, trust me, once they get hooked on knitting, that's it. You won't hear from them for the rest of the week.
Apart from my grandchildren that run a mile.
Do they? Oh, you see.
Well, I think one of them will start doing a bit more, yeah. But they're only young yet.
Now, a brand new project from Juey Jumbo. These are gorgeous. So this is a baby blanket, and often the starting point for a lot of people when they learn to knit. So in the kit, you're getting fabulous jumbo-sized needles. What size are these?
Those are they're like 26 mil, 25 mil.
Yep.
Yeah.
Really chunky.
Yeah, and those are I call them my juniors, because you'll see when the big ones come out,
Got
they're
you.
double the size of the big ones.
So these are like a junior.
Yeah, so they're brilliant for kids to learn with. Our 8-year-olds do with them, and that's what you use for the little blankets.
baby
You can
blanket.
fit all the stitches onto those.
Fantastic. So you've got your needles, you've got your stitch stopper,
Stitch hugger.
your hugger.
I just
This
feel it
stops
hugs.
the needles falling off.
Well, when you've left when you've left your stitches, if you pop that onto the end of your needle, it'll stop them falling off, you know. And
Yeah.
I don't know. That's another thing that I've watched my granddaughter, she enjoys putting that on the end of the needle. It's like a part of the process.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to make the process interesting for them, don't
Yeah,
you?
yeah,
Things
yeah.
like that. They like fiddling with little things, don't they? Fidget things.
Yeah,
and that.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Now you also get 300 grams of your super chunky yarn,
Yes.
and no wool in this, so
No.
this is not going to irritate sensitive skin.
This one I went for because it brought out because we needed a machine washable, because I love merino, but again it were people that they're not going to hand wash when you've got a new baby. You haven't
No.
really got time, have you?
True enough.
So that's why we came out with this one.
Yeah, perfect. You also get a little leather label that says Juey that you can sew onto your blanket, and you get your pattern. Now let's have a look at what you're actually making with this. So I've got one right here. I'm just going to take the little gorgeous
Jimmy
bear
out, yeah.
So you do actually get on your baby blanket, there is a pocket that you can tuck a teddy. Oh, that's really cute. It's really cute. Here's your little baby blanket, and it's really huggably soft, gorgeous.
I mean, I've washed them all and they've just bounced back.
Yeah.
So I've got to do that, make sure.
Really lovely, and
Soft,
this is a
isn't it?
lovely quick make.
Yeah.
Really lovely.
Instead of a
and soft.
scarf, that's all. I mean, I know it's a beginner, and it is a beginner, but it's instead of a scarf. Because I think people get a bit disheartened if you say, oh, what shall I make to start with?
Yeah.
A scarf.
Yeah.
They don't always want to make a scarf.
No, a blanket's a
No.
lovely practical project.
And then the
a baby-
pocket, I just thought, you can pop a book in,
Yeah.
or even the like dummy or something,
Yeah.
you know, it's there, isn't it?
Now, at the moment, £58.50. We're going to drop that price for you. You're going to be saving over £20. I like that kind of saving. I like that kind of saving. We're saving a third there, £38. You're actually saving £28.50. That's awesome. Sorry, you're saving £20.50. I beg your pardon. £20.50 saving. That's fabulous. Remember, you get your pattern, you get your jumbo-sized needles, you get all of your yarn, and you get your pattern.
You also get, I think, is there a ticket in there?
Yes.
That gives you a QR code to get three free patterns.
Oh, amazing.
Jumbo patterns.
Amazing.
You've got a scarf, another blanket, and I can't remember what the second one is. Third one, a scarf, a blanket. I think it's a hat.
Amazing.
Yeah, a beanie hat.
Brilliant. Brilliant. All working together with this super chunky yarn. It all comes in a box as well. So if you're gifting it, or you just want something to be able to put all your work in while you're working on it and carry it around with you, you've got the box as well. It's fab. If you're gifting it, obviously you're going to keep using those needles again and again. Really, really nice to have that box to keep your needles in. And of course, you're gifting somebody a skill. If you teach them how to make or how to knit, you're teaching them a skill. So that's in the grey.
It's good
Now,
for a baby shower, I thought. You can
Yes.
just come with that for something a bit different, yeah.
well, actually, you could get together if you were having a weekend.
Yeah.
You could get together. Everybody could have a kit, and you could all knit a baby blanket over the weekend.
What a good
couldn't you?
idea, yeah.
Teach your friends and girlfriends to knit. So the pink, I'm just going to grab this one and bring it over. Here we go. This is this gorgeous, soft antique pink.
That's what we should have called it, antique pink.
Oh, go on. What did you call it?
I called it shell pink in the end.
Okay, shell pink's good.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what? This yarn is absolutely yummy. It's so squidgy soft.
Squidgy, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
It's
and springs
beautiful.
back.
And do you knit two strands together?
Yes, yes.
So this is how we're making super, super chunky.
Yeah.
That is gorgeous. It's so thick and tactile. We're matching the price. You're saving over £20, £38 for the Juey Jumbo kit to make this gorgeous baby blanket with a pocket. You can tuck a little soft toy in there as a little new baby gift, or just as something lovely to have in the house. You could also drape that over your own knees. You could drape that over the side of the sofa and have your remote controls in there.
You could,
in that pocket.
yeah.
Beautiful colour,
Put your
lovely.
knitting pattern in, couldn't you, while you're knitting another one?
Massive savings on all of these. Take advantage, won't you? Now I've got one more colour, Julie, and that is the white. And this is a lovely sort of soft white, almost like a kind of ecru. How lovely is that? If in doubt, this is the colour
White,
to go
isn't it? It's
for,
quite a
isn't
pure
it?
white, isn't it? A
It's
white.
gorgeous,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Are these machine washable?
Yes, yes.
What sort of temperature would you wash them
I
at?
did them at 40.
40.
Yes,
Yeah.
40.
Yeah.
And they just came out. They were nearly dry, really. I just put them on,
Yes.
line, let them flap about a bit, and
Yeah, that's the great thing,
Yeah,
isn't it,
really cool.
about these yarns? They do wash well, they
Yeah.
bounce back, and they dry super, super quickly as well. That is lovely. £38 for the blanket in Snow White. Very special price as well.
Yeah.
You have a bit of a demo of this one, don't
I have,
you?
yeah.
Show us how it's done.
Yeah, right.
This is a beginner-friendly kit.
It is.
So if you're an absolute beginner, this is the demo you need.
Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to work with 2 strands. So I'm going to just show you. What you do is you can either work with 2 balls together, or this one's actually wound. But what happens is let me see if I can find this. What you can do is you usually can get your strand from the outside, and then you reach inside the ball and you find the strand where it started to do the spinning. So that's what I do, and then place the 2 together. But I've done this, obviously, one I did earlier. So you've got 2 strands together here. So we just cast on. I cast on this with the thumb method, and I don't know whether mine's a weird cast on. People go, oh, I don't do it
show
like
us your
that.
cast on,
Let's just
Juey.
do it. This is only what my nana taught me, so I'll make a slip knot. So you need a tail, and
that tail's going to form the stitches.
the tail's going to form the stitches, yeah. And I sort of knit my stitches on. So pop the slip knot on, and then what I do is I wrap it around my thumb.
Yep.
So I go under, cross it there, and go into there,
Yep.
and then I knit,
And knit the stitch.
push that over.
Yep.
Do you do that?
Yep, that's the
Oh,
exact
that's
same
good,
cast on
right.
my mum taught me.
So
round the
under-
thumb is round the other way, but
All right.
doesn't matter,
Yeah.
does it, at the end of the day?
And then over. So I sort of hold it like that, underneath, bring it up, in there. Just leaves a really neat edge then, doesn't it? Rather than doing the cast on with the needles. I'm not really good at that. I don't give
I
it good enough
sometimes
edge.
do that.
Depends what you're doing, doesn't it?
Yeah. And if I'm doing like a knitted cast on,
Yeah.
somebody taught me this.
Right.
Which was where I did a knitted cast on before, where I would knit here
Yeah.
to go under there. Somebody taught me to actually go through
Oh, somebody once taught me
both
that.
loops. So rather than through the front, you go under both and knit, and you get a firmer cast
do
on
ya?
edge.
Yeah.
It gives a firmer cast.
I remember
less
someone showing me
stretchy.
that. Yeah.
Because sometimes one of the criticisms of a knitted cast on is it's a bit too loose and
Yes.
stretchy.
Yes. You're right, yeah.
But yeah, Mum taught me to do that cast on. I mean, I was probably about 5 when she taught me how
Yeah,
to do that.
I think
cast
it's
on.
I think it's the younger generation
Yes.
that don't do it like
Oh,
this.
okay.
Yeah, that's what I found. Yeah.
Oh, I've seen some videos on YouTube that look very complicated, Julie.
Oh, that
see
sling
what
knot, I
works.
can't quite get that right at all. I've tried and tried. It just must be in my brain that this is the way you do it.
Yeah.
And it's worked so far, so we won't
There you
change it.
go. Doing all right, Julie. Doing all
Right.
right.
So we've cast on our stitches, and then I'm just going to do all this is garter stitch. And then people ask you a lot of time, we take for granted to do it because we knit it. What's garter stitch?
Yes.
Garter stitch is every stitch is knit. So every row is knit. That's all garter stitch means. So I had one lady a couple of weeks ago and she goes, oh, I can't do garter stitch. So I said, well, you can knit. Yes, I know, but I don't do garter stitch. No one's ever taught me.
Oh,
And I said, no, what it means is you just knit every stitch.
every stitch,
Every
every
row's a knit. She says, oh, I've been put off patterns because of that.
Oh, bless her.
No.
The thing is, that's jargon for you.
Yes, it is.
It puts off as many as it pulls in, I think.
Yeah. And I think when you've done it for so long, you just don't realise that you're using the jargon, do you? Or that new
True.
knitters don't always understand.
No, quite. Quite.
So this is all it is, simply knitting. So your beginner, you know, you gift it to, that is all they need to learn. So we just now continue. And as long as you've got the two together like this, it'll knit up nice and chunky and squidgy like that.
Got you. That's what creates that really lovely, thick and really bouncy fabric.
Yes, it's really bouncy, isn't it?
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Looks much more tactile the thicker it is, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. Remember, you get all your yarn, you get those massive chunky 25, 26 mil
25,
needles.
yeah.
You also get your pattern, you get your stitch hugger, so you don't drop stitches when you're storing your work. You get that little leather tag as well, just to personalise it.
Yeah.
And everything comes wrapped up in a box as
As I
well.
say, I make these needles myself. Dad taught me how to make them, and you're getting a piece of art.
You are. You're getting something.
And they get better, you know. The more you use them, the better they get.
Yeah.
You'll never have to replace them.
Yeah, no, that's true. Gorgeous.
They sort of get more slipability the more you wear. I think it's with the oils from your hands. You know, or say you've got hand cream on as well.
Yes.
It sort of feeds the wood, and they just get much more tactile.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
You see how quickly this grows. So if you wanted to make a really quick baby gift, this is the one.
You
This
think,
white one's
I haven't got
very, very
anything.
popular.
I can just do one so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the needles to do more. And of course, as well, you know, you're all about using up scrap yarn as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
And you could use your scrap yarn with your
Oh,
really
yeah,
chunky
yeah.
needles.
I mean, if we've got time, I'll demonstrate the winding wand and how to make your own scrap yarn.
Definitely,
Yeah.
that would be great.
So just look, I mean, you've done that in that bit of time while we've been chatting.
Fabulous. Now, we've got some other new kits that are launching today. We've got the knot bag. We've got the knot bag. Now, do you have the knot bag? It's on the TV behind
It's there behind
Right,
behind
thank you
your
very much. It's behind you.
it's behind your tablet, Stuart.
Oh, lovely, great.
That's why you can't see it.
I've got the whole gang. So there's 3 different options. These are all gorgeous. This is beautiful. You've got the pink, and this is almost like a lovely oatmeal colour.
Yeah, that's what I call it, oatmeal.
Is it oatmeal?
Spot on, yeah.
Yeah, lovely. You've got your little loop there. I'll open it out so you can see. So it's a Japanese knot bag, knitted. So you've got a short handle and a long handle. There's your bag. So plenty of space, maybe to put your knitting in, and then to close it, you just thread the long side through the short side, and then you've got your handle to carry it around with you. Now, let's have a look at the kit. So in the kit, this is lovely. You get those limited edition needles.
You do. They just haven't got the engravings on them. They're the your
Oh, these are the plain ones. I beg your pardon. So there's-
motivational ones with a limited edition.
Understood, understood. So these are 10 mil. They've still got the painted blue, just missing that inspiration. You have to think of your own. You have to think of your own. But you get your needles. Then you get your oatmeal, 100 grams of that. You get your shell pink, 100 grams of that. You also get your needle hugger, your stitch hugger, rather, and you also get your pattern included. And we're going to crash the price. Huzzah! You're saving just shy of £20, £19 saving, 1988 in fact, 33.99 for the knot bag. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous project. And again, something a little bit different.
Yeah, that's what I try. I do try to do things that are different, a little bit different.
I
I
think
just
that's
love
gorgeous.
that shape, and because it's slip stitches, you don't have no pearls. So this is all knit and slip.
Oh.
Is this?
Excellent.
So you're learning
this is
new
lovely,
technique
isn't
as
it?
well,
Love the colour work.
and it's
Love
so
the
easy.
colour work.
So easy. That's what I'm going to demonstrate for you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Is this like slip stitch colour work?
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, gorgeous. Really clever technique, this. Is it intarsia or is this seamed?
No, it's seamed.
Ah, really clever technique, and a gorgeous little knot bag as well. Lots of you coming in for this.
You don't really need to line that one because it's given
No.
such a thick. Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, it is. It's lovely. So that's your knot bag in oatmeal and shell pink. You've also got it in the oatmeal with red. So I'm going to show you that one next.
I love
Oh, gorgeous. Look at that. There's your red. I'll open it out so you can see the colour work. Again, with your oatmeal. Price is crashing. You're saving over 19, almost £20, $33.99 for your knitted Japanese knot bag. Love that.
I've called that after my dear auntie, Auntie Joan.
Have you?
Called it Joan, yeah.
The Joan bag.
Yes.
Oh,
She's very glamorous and lovely.
Oh,
Auntie Joan.
lovely. Will Joan be watching?
I hope so, yes.
Oh,
yes.
Joan.
Hi,
Hey,
Auntie Joan.
Hey, Auntie Joan. How you doing? You get your needles, remember, you get your pattern, you get your needle hugger, your stitch hugger, you get your needles, the lot. Third option, loving this colour combo, navy and lime.
Yeah, yeah.
Great.
Well, I call it spring green, actually.
Spring green.
But it is lime, isn't it?
It's my favourite shade of green, it really
Yeah.
is. Those colours work so wonderfully together.
That was just a fluke one day, and I thought, wow, they really work well
Really
together.
pop,
Yeah.
really pops. You get 100 grams of navy, 100 grams of your leaf green, spring leaf.
Spring green. Spring green.
Spring green. Now all I can think of is cabbage. Navy and cabbage.
We're going to rename it lime, I think.
You also get your 10mm Juey Jumbo needles and your stitch hugger. Patterns included too. It's a full kit, and you're saving almost £20 on each of the kits.
You
So if
get
you go
that
for all
card as
three,
well.
you're saving £60.
Yeah, and you get that card for the 3 patterns as well.
Oh, you do? You get those 3?
yeah, you get them in everything, yeah.
Oh, that is amazing. Brilliant. Don't forget that QR code. Now, if you... Okay. Got a little demo of this,
Yes,
haven't we?
yes. I'm going to
Bit of
show you
colour
how to
work.
do some of the colour work, the slip stitch.
Amazing.
Yeah. Right. So what you're doing is you're going to work with, it's all explained for you, but you're going to work with 2 colours. I've chose these colours because they're nothing what was in the kits, but I thought they'll be bright and you'll be able to see them a lot better.
Yeah, for sure.
So what you do is, your pattern has got 4 rows.
Okay.
So you do your 2 rows in one colour, or it's colour A, colour B, and then you do your next 2 rows in colour A. And it'll come apparent as you work your way through. It's sort of step by step. So what we're going to do is start with row 1, and there are different ways when you're going to slip your stitch as to where your yarn is. So as we go along, I'll explain this to you. So for using colour B, which mine is, yeah, it's the turquoise, what's colour B. What we're going to do firstly is slip 2 stitches. So we're going to slip as though you're going to purl. So if you're going to purl, you'd go in this way. So we're just going to slip your first 2 stitches, and then you're going to pick up your colour, and you're going to, your first stitch is a knit. So we're going to knit as normal. We're going to knit. And then when you're doing your odd rows, which is your right side, you're going to leave your yarn at the back. So when we come to slip, what we're going to do is leave the yarn at the back like this and just slip as you always would, simply. And then you go to knit. Might sound confusing at first, but you'll get it in the second row. So we carry on slipping.
So you're always
knitting.
slipping as if to purl.
Yeah.
So slip a
Slipping,
yellow,
knit.
knit a green.
Yeah, and you'll know which is right because you know you're not knitting a yellow because you're using a
Sure.
teal colour. Peacock, it's called, this colour.
Okay.
This is all Bex's fault because she changed all, which she asked me, she changed all the colours. She said, no, let's call them glamorous colours.
People are so funny about the names of colours, absolutely. And it's something we all sort of disagree on.
No.
Is that red? Is that brown?
Well, I had them just plain colours, me, and they were just like teal, brown, pink. And she went, oh no, we've got to glamorise them up.
No, Juey.
I know. Well, most don't like me, I don't know why. So then, and then to the last stitches, we're going to slip.
You slip both
Okay.
of them.
And then we're going to come on to the next row.
Yeah.
So these 2 rows are always the same, but they're in different colours.
Okay.
So your first 2 are obviously done in this colour. Your second 2 are done in this colour. So what we're going to do again is slip. And then make sure the yarn, right, is now going to be at the back.
Yes.
So we're
Because
going
we're only knitting.
Let's have a look now. Slip 2, knit 1. Now, when we come to now, slip this one, we need to bring the yarn forward,
Yeah.
slip it, and then put the yarn back.
Yeah.
So you've like hugged it, haven't you? You like put a little, I just think of it a little hug around the stitch. And then you knit the next one. You come back,
So it's
you
yarn
bring it forward,
forward,
yarn forward,
slip,
yarn back, and then knit.
and then knit.
And that's all there is to it, really.
Got you.
It's where you have that yarn. Slip forward again,
Yeah.
slip, hug the stitch, and then. So yarn forward, slip, yarn back.
And you know the first 2 stitches, obviously you've slipped them on these rows.
Yes.
Do you then do you knit them at some point?
Yes, you knit them on the next 2 rows.
Oh,
so
I
the third and the
see.
fourth,
That's
you
where
knit
there's
them.
4
yes.
rows.
Yes.
Gotcha. My small bear brain was trying to work.
No, that's the
out.
knitter in you, isn't it?
Well, I'm just, I'm very intrigued by patterns. I love
Yeah.
slipped colour work. I only discovered it the last few years ago.
Same here.
It's ever so clever, though,
Clever,
isn't
isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
You get some amazing effects.
You can.
Because I've always enjoyed colour work in knitting, but it's
Yes.
either been, I did Fair Isle for a long time, then some Intarsia, and then finally discovered slipped stitch colour work.
Oh, I know. I like doing Fair Isle, but I don't like Intarsia at all.
Don't you?
No, I just never seem to get it really neat.
Oh, where were you in the 80s when we were knitting Postman Pat sweaters?
Well, that's what I was doing, yeah. They used to work at Rowan Yarns, I did.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, yeah. So we did loads of picture jumpers, yeah.
Now, Julie, while you're doing that, just need to recap the knot bags because they're proving very popular. Lime and navy, first of all. So you get it's not lime, it's spring green. You get
What are you thinking now?
100 grams of spring green, super chunky. And this is all your yarn, isn't
Yes,
it? It's
it is,
Juey
yeah,
yarn.
yeah.
You get 100 grams of the navy. You get your 10 mil special Juey Jumbo needles with that gorgeous blue colour ends. You get your hugger, your needle hugger, you get your QR code for 3 free patterns, and you get your pattern, a physical pattern for your knot bag. I'll just show you again. Here's that gorgeous knot bag. So you've got a long side, you've got a short side, you've got your colour work and your block. Should be 53.87. You're paying 33.99. Absolutely brilliant. And again, this is one of those lovely quick projects.
Yeah, it is quite quick,
Yeah.
yeah. I can do it in a night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Absolutely lovely and really practical. Now, we've also got oatmeal and red. Oh, oatmeal and pink? Pink, yeah. Let's do the oatmeal and pink. Very, very lovely combo, this.
It is,
Very
isn't it?
lovely combo. Yeah, you can see that gorgeous colour work there. Is there much making up?
No, no.
Good.
When you've finished it, it's one piece. You just fold over.
Oh, okay.
It's got a full demonstration diagrams on the back of the pattern showing you how to do it.
Great. And there's your bag.
It's really simple. It's the way it's
Lovely.
constructed. Yeah.
Yeah, really clever. Remember, you get everything in your kits. Should be over £50. It's $33.99. You get your yarn, you get your needle stitch hugger, you get your 10 mil wooden needle, specially made by Juey Jumbo. You get your pattern plus a QR code for 3 extra free patterns that use super chunky yarn. Then the last option, red and oatmeal. It's right here. Really cool. It's a good size as well. It's a practical size.
That's my favourite one, is that? I
Is
like
it?
the red best, yeah.
Yeah.
I like red, though.
It's that lovely pop, especially in the winter as well. A bit of red's lovely,
yeah.
isn't it? Just a bit of colour. It's gorgeous. Yeah, all strawberries and cream. Strawberries with clotted cream.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I do like the pink one. That was the first one.
Oh,
with
it's
the
lovely.
pink. Yeah.
Now, if you want the pattern on its own, we have got the pattern on its own to make the knot bag. It is $9.99. There's your pattern. Everything there. The Joan bag.
The Joan bag.
I have a deputy Joan.
Oh,
I don't have an Aunt Joan, but I have a deputy Joan.
A
She is my
deputy?
deputy.
Oh, is she?
She's my deputy. She's my brains trust.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She keeps me on track. Yeah.
Very good, yeah.
Yeah, she works alongside me, and we make a lot of projects together, or
right,
bounce
yeah,
ideas
yeah.
around. Do you know that sort of person you can always turn to and say, "Is this working?
Yeah,
Does
yeah.
this look?" And she'll always say, "Oh, what about a bit of that?"
Very good. Oh well, yeah. Well, Auntie's she's like she just actually. I think they've moved her in. She's actually in a lovely home, nursing home.
Yeah.
So she's really enjoying it. I think enjoying
good.
going meeting new people. And,
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, she's lovely. She's absolutely.
Now, the
The
winding
winding
wand. This is a bit of an iconic product.
It is.
A lot of people know you for the winding wand.
This came from being on here. Honestly,
Really?
I invented it from being on here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. People kept saying to me, how do I know how many strands to put together to get the right thickness of yarn?
Right.
So, as a knitter, you know that 4-ply, DK, Aran, chunky.
Yes.
We understand how that happens.
Yeah,
how
sure.
Different thicknesses. But obviously a novice doesn't.
No, that's true.
And it was my dad's theory behind it all. He said, everybody knitter's got a lot of spare yarn.
Yeah.
They need to be able to use it all up.
I really like that idea.
So this
I
is
really
how
like
this
that
came
idea.
along, and the hole then got put in.
Fab.
we came
so
along
this
with
is
that.
the winding wand.
Yes.
I make yarn pretty. That's what I do.
Yes.
£12.99, and this is how to use your stash of all those bizarre, well, not bizarre, but
Oh, it is.
varied. So you might have 2-ply, 4-ply, sport weight, whatever that is. Yes, it's an American weight.
Is it Aran?
Somewhere, no, well, no,
Is
it's
it in
like
between Aran and DK?
well, I always think of sport weight as between 4-ply and DK.
Oh, is it?
But sport weight might, I don't know. I throw these things out there. I've no
We'll
idea
have to
what
look
I'm
it up,
talking
won't we?
about.
Yeah.
Juey, that's the truth. But then, yeah,
Sure you
Aran,
do.
chunky, super, you name it. You name
Yeah.
it. I mean, I'm a spinner as well, so I work
right.
in wraps per inch.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
As well, which is another way of gauging the thickness
It
of
is,
yarn
isn't it? Yes,
that
yes.
spinners use. So we've got a very random stash over here, Juey. I'm coming over for a nosy.
And now I've lost my tool.
Oh, I
I
have
have
a
to
tool.
borrow the
Would you
tool.
like to borrow
Yes, could I
mine?
borrow your tool? I had it a minute
All
ago.
right. All right. Do you need the darning needle as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, I'll hire them both to you. That's what my husband always
Thank you.
says to me. If I say to him something like, "Oh, can I borrow your spoon?" or something like that, he says, "Well, I can hire it to you."
All right,
Very
right.
business-minded.
Oh, it sounds
Yeah,
it, yes, yes. So what we'll do is, as you can see, we have a very random affair
Very
here.
random.
Yeah. So let's put in well, I don't know if that's good. Yeah, it is, yeah.
Do you want me to start unravelling that while
Goodness
you?
knows what. Let me
grab a
just do.
different
Let's
one?
not bother with that one.
Oh, you
Right,
sure?
So, yeah, we won't bother with that
I
one.
see it as a challenge now.
Okay then. Right. So we've got. Let's just put. I try to bring the smaller balls of things.
Okay.
Don't worry if you can't. Plenty other things.
Oh, you've done this good and proper, haven't you? Right. We're in business now.
Are we in business?
Right, I've got that. Look.
Right. Right. Right.
So that, there we go. There's your end.
Some of that. Oh, thank you. Glamorous assistant.
Oh, yes.
So we've got like a chenille type. We've got I think it's a cotton type.
Yep.
Another cotton.
That's a
These are very
4-ply.
fine.
Some DK.
DK, Aran.
Yep.
If that's an Aran. So what we do is this hole. We've got to fill the hole.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is we're going to put these in here. So in the past, I always forget my poker tool, so I use a pencil sometimes.
Okay, fair
But
enough.
I have enclosed a needle for you. So you can either poke it in like that or thread it through.
Yes.
Or use a pencil.
You could thread through individually, I suppose,
You
couldn't
could, yeah, yeah. So I'm just sort of trying to do it quickly for you. So what happens is, this is the best way to gauge it. If you can see any daylight through there,
Right. Let's have a look.
fill it in. If not,
I can see daylight.
can you? Right,
I
we'll have
can see
another one
daylight.
then.
I want another strand.
Let's have another strand. And what I feel is there just needs to be a little bit of tension when you pull.
Got you.
Pencils work better.
There we go.
Right. So now don't pull it. So if you pull it, you see, you can see, but just
Yep.
sort of leave it, and then you can just
Yeah.
feel a little bit of tension
Yep.
by not holding. You can just sort of feel it.
Yeah. I
Can't
can,
you?
yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. So all the strands, try and get them all sort of the similar length. And then this is so simple, you just wrap it round like this, 2 wraps round,
Yeah.
and then you continue and you go along on a sort of diagonal. So you just go in sort of like that, turn it, and I wrap 2. There's no big fancy way of doing it. Turn it, wrap twice.
I love the serendipity of the colours that
Look at them,
they
yeah.
join together to make.
The strangest colours, Matt. I don't, try not to find them all to go together. It's really
See,
good
I'd
to
be
watch
doing
it.
That.
I
I'd
did.
Be trying to be
Yeah,
all
I do.
matchy.
I find out the most strange colour combinations you'd never think about, and it's exciting as well. So when one runs out, say one ran out, I'd just join another one on of a similar thickness.
Julie, just be grateful. Can I just say,
What
be
they're saying
grateful
to you in your
that
ear.
you can't hear what they're saying.
I can imagine.
Because Hannah's just named your new yarn colour Pig in the Sun.
Right, we'll bring out a pig in the sun, shall we?
Pig in the Sun. I love it. Because it's got... Because she was obsessed with the idea that the pink yarn looks like a pig's tail.
Well, it
and
does a
then
bit, doesn't it?
a
It looks like
little
the
bit.
marshmallow ones that you get to
Yeah.
M&S, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
And then with the yellows and the oranges, I'm trying to justify her
Pig in the Sun.
strange suggestion.
She should name paint charts, shouldn't she?
I think not. I
No.
think don't encourage her. Don't encourage her.
Oh, I'm gonna
so
get
are
in
you
touch.
turning the...
Yeah. So you're wrapping. I usually go twice, and
Yeah.
then you turn.
Got you.
Wrap. Have you ever heard of a nostopin?
Yes.
Well, it's like
But I
that.
wouldn't be able to define it.
Yeah. So this is sort of a nostopin, but nostopins don't have holes in them
Okay.
to put your yarn through. So a nostopin, you would just, I think you hook it onto something. So it sort of came from there. So, but this, I keep looking about patenting it, but then I think, how do I patent a piece of wood with a hole in it?
There is that. There is that.
But
then it's how you then use the yarn, isn't it, that's so important?
Yes.
So tell me, what do you do? What do you do with that yarn once you've
so when
baked
you've
it?
done with that yarn, here you are, Stuart. You use these big beggars.
I'm like, I want a really big bowl of my favourite takeaway noodles. These are amazing. I tell you what, it's really interesting how light these are.
Yeah.
I was expecting them to be super clunky
everybody
and
does.
heavy, and these are really light.
When Dad first made the first pair, they were really heavy, and then people kept saying the heavy, and so we started looking for lighter ways of doing it and lighter
Yeah.
wood. It went through a long process to get them just as we wanted. And it came up, I'm having a birthday show on the 30th of next month. And it's 21 years since Dad made the first pair of needles.
No way!
Can't believe it, yeah, it came up on Facebook.
Amazing.
Sadly, I've lost him now, but yeah. So
And
we've
this
been
is
going
the kind of
21
thing you
years,
can
and
knit
this
with
is
them.
it, yeah.
Oh, this is gorgeous. This is almost, you could have this as a throw. Sorry, I've suddenly grown 6 inches. Get back down.
Get down.
Get down. What's- Get in your bed. Absolutely fabulous. That's really gorgeous. Get your big needles. I need to do the menu quickly
Yeah.
for tomorrow. Sorry, Juey.
Oh, you're all right. We're running out
At
of
8
time.
It's John, 8 a.m. gifting. At 9 o'clock, I'm guesting with John Scott. It's the William Morris Antares quilt. It is absolutely stunning. At 10 o'clock, quilting tools, and then at 11 o'clock I am back with my brand new quilt pattern, Tangled. Now this is the pattern made with my new Hajime fabric range for
Is that the
Lewis
one
and
you had
Irene.
on, you showed? Instagram.
Yes, it is.
So gorgeous, that.
But I'm going to have this one on, a kit on tomorrow. You can make this if you want. We'll have the pattern, we'll have the fabrics. And then at 12 o'clock, it's Liberty and extra wide fabrics. Juey, thank you so much for a
thank you.
fabulous hour. What a joy, what a joy.
What a joy, yeah,
I
you are.
need these needles, these are fab. I will see you
Thank you,
tomorrow.
everyone.
Check out your shopping baskets, won't you? Especially on that knot bag. I'll see you tomorrow.